Okay, hello. Is everything working all right? Yeah, seems like it is. Hi, hello. Welcome everybody, welcome back to this your humble and cozy little workshop. Today, it's gonna be an exciting day. Today we will probably have our very first neuro set and done, ready for action. But in order to do that, we still have to do a couple of extra steps before, which I think we can take care of pretty easily, just a matter of time. And yeah, that's my plan for today, at least to have one neuro ready by the end of the day. Silicone does tend to need a little extra time to dry, to harden. So hello Roman, welcome. Hi Roman, how's it going? How are you today? So yeah, that is our plan for today. Also, this is, I believe, one of our very first actually fully monetized live streams, which is very exciting. We are finally fully monetized on YouTube. I'm not sure exactly how that works, and I'm still figuring stuff out, as I'm always doing. But yeah, at least I can proudly say that we are officially on our way to monetization. But on that note of being or not being monetized, oh hey, haven't seen, why can't I see Delphing's message there? Oh no, there it is. It's just a very similar green to the one I'm. Let me open my ground control. Okay, so this one isn't working. Da, 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 I don't need a new wild are you. Okay, so on that note of being monetized, I'm pretty much ripping a band-aid right now. I don't know why my chat isn't showing your messages. Let's go, money, yes. Well, actually, our first monetized stream was yesterday, and we made 18 glorious cents out of yesterday's Unravel stream. Let's go, corporate clap, yes! Okay, I think my chat is working. I don't know why, but my chat screen wasn't showing, but now I got Delphin's message over here. Mula, Rocket, hello. So yeah, it seems like it's working now. So yeah, that's a plan for the W. Hello, how's it going? Welcome. So yeah, we're officially monetized. I honestly do not expect a lot, but I wanted to, even if it costs me whatever the first couple of cents I can make, I'm willing to take the risks in order to reap the band-aid. And that means I wanna play Guilty Gear music on the stream because I need to make sure. My heart just needs to know if this is a no-no or not. But I'm gonna be very sad if we get into trouble for using Guilty Gear music because it's something I really love. I know Splatoon music tends to pass by, so I'm hoping, crossing my fingers for Guilty Gear music to make it. For those of you who don't know, Guilty Gear is a 2D fighter, anime fighter. It's like Street Fighter on steroids, or more like on crack. It's incredibly fast, incredibly insane, very wacky, and I love it very much. And the music is just amazing. So that's what we're going to be listening, at least for the very first part of the day. And yeah, it's just like ripping off the band-aid for me, just to know if we're going to be able to listen to this on stream or not. We already listened to this once in another stream, but yeah, this is our first monetized time doing that. And we'll see if we get into trouble or not. Hopefully not. I'm crossing my fingers for not. And yeah, so that's the plan. So yeah, I guess we could go straight into workshop. Oh, let me go get some gloves first. Okay, let's see. Okay, so here we are. I changed our paper background, so we're back clean and pretty. I'm pretty sure this is not gonna last for very long, but that's the point of it being made out of paper. I can change it in about 10 or 15 minutes, so we can keep making more of these. But yeah, so we got a flat, new, pretty background for us to work on. Let me see if we can open up a little bit more. Also, another special note I wanted to give, but I'll show you in a second. So, as you may have already known from our previous streams, I'm trying to align the camera a little bit. Yeah, this seems fine. Back on Thursday, I told you I was gonna go and buy some material for us to work because I was running out of silicone, and I was pretty sure we're not gonna be able to make a full body out of the silicone that we had. We might have been able to do it, but it would be very, very clutch. Draw a turtle. Okay, I'll draw a turtle in a minute. I can bring a turtle, but wait. So yeah, this is the silicone that we had. It's a fair amount, but it would be very risky. If I tried to cast a neuro out of this, I feel like I would really be taking my chances. And I'd rather not do that because I don't want to restart the whole process of making a new body and all that stuff. So I'd rather take my measures and be safe on matters of the silicone. So yeah, I went and bought a brand new bottle. Here it is. And I just wanna give a big shout out because this is officially the very first product that has been financed by either Patreons or Twitch subscribers and all the support you've directly given to the channel. This is the result of that, and I'm very grateful for that because the first time there's like material that has sort of paid for itself in the workshop. And I don't know, I just think it's very meaningful and very valuable. So anyone out there who has supported the channel in any way, I'm very thankful. And this is the results of your kindness. And it's thanks to you that we can make more amazing stuff. And this is pretty much a lot of material. It might seem like a small bottle, but we actually dilute this stuff. So I think in this, there's at least enough for 4 neuros. However, there's probably going to be a lot of hiccups, a lot of ups and downs, and a lot of extra stuff that we need to do, like the arms. Maybe there will be some props that are made of silicone. So I'm not going to assure you that we're going to make at least 4 neuros out of this this bottle alone, but it's pretty much a lot of material. It will last a while, and yeah, it's all thanks to you. So thank you, anyone who supported the channel in any of their possible platforms. This amazing. Vettel, how's it going? Welcome. Wait, let me see. Hi Sig, how's it going? Draw turtle, you work faster. Daddy Vettel needs content. Yeah, well, it is what it is. I'm sorry. Hi, wowzers. Yay, I love Evelyn. We all love Evelyn. Welcome. That's Absolute Cinema, GigaChat Patreons. Yes. Be sure to check out NeuroStream later, Uncle Mayo. Huh, interesting. Wait, what time is it gonna be? About an hour from now, right? What's the stream gonna be about, Vettel? Puck Patrons. Yes, awesome, Puck Patrons. So, yeah, what was I gonna say? So yeah, this is thanks to you. We're gonna be preparing this in a minute. I think I forgot something. Let me see if I can go get it real quick. It's gonna take me a couple of minutes. Be back in a second. I'll leave you here in the meantime with Post's theme. I'm back. Where did I put that touchdown microphone? There it is. Hello. So, oh yeah, I didn't even tell you. I just put it on the table and didn't. Was not very careful with that surprise, but yeah, I want to show you. Here's our prints that we made on 3D in our last streams. Here is Don Vidal, the legally distinct turtle, the legally distinct tortoise, I believe. YouTube magic. Wait. Fuck patrons, I'm just kidding. Do whatever you want to do. Just don't listen to me. I'm just joking. My help. Yeah, don't worry. Gotta go and set up the stream for later, of course. Yeah. But sure to put a smile on my face. Yeah, gladly. So here is Don Vidal, our legally distinct tortoise. And here's our Dragon Frame controller. I don't love how this one turned out. Let's see if I can do a super zoom in so you can see. So it's got a bunch of lines. Because of the slight angle that the thing has, the printer struggles a lot with the angle and ended up making this sort of like banding. It's interesting. It has a, I'm not sure if you can see it there. It might be a little bit hard to see, but it's got like lines all over it. It's an interesting effect. It gives like a nice vaporwave feel. I'm just not sure if I love it. So I was planning to make another print, but I think we could make a mold of this one anyway. Have some fun. There's a couple of details that didn't really pick up, like two fine details inside of the piece that didn't really catch, but it doesn't really matter. It's not like this is a functioning controller. So I think we can also keep casting these ones just for funsies. Done, Verda. And also, let me open up a little bit, our prototype head is also here. So this is not really a functional head. It's not really, it's more of a test subject. But what we do have is everything set up. Like this is not set up for changing the faces or changing the eyes or placing hair on top. It's just a random placeholder head. But the important part is that the bottom, the inside, is all set up and designed so that we can test all of the structural bits that are going to go inside of the neck and how everything's going to work together, which is going to be pretty interesting. But I'm not sure if, yeah, I mean, we'll see along the way how well it works. It's part of the testing process. Yeah, this is another guy that we've got. So, yeah, it looks like we'll warn. Wait, oh, true. Thanks. Wait. Click the live chat. Same for me. Wait, what's going on? It's that Vidal doesn't appear. Yeah, Vidal tends to not appear on the live chat because you need to use the full live chat functionality. I believe because it's an account that probably doesn't do much besides appear in this streams and maybe a couple of other stuff. Yeah, I guess it doesn't appear on the regular chat, but it's fine. You can always see it in the live chat. So here are our buddies, our little robot buddies. Now these guys are still missing something that I need to take care of before we start casting the silicone, and I'm really glad I remembered that all of these guys need bolts and stuff. Oh, wait, over here in the bottom of the feet and also on top of the shoulders in order to use this as the structure points for all of our little yeah, like all the support pieces, either for the tie downs on the feet or for the shoulders to mount and stay in place. So here's my plan. We can prepare some silicone so use some of this silicone. We'll put it into this container, dilute it a little bit, get the right consistency, and once we do that, I want to make a test run of the silicone. I've always told you, and I think this is a good time for me to show you exactly how I sort of play things out when I'm doing this. Wait, my chat got stuck. Yeah, look, well worn and aged. Yes, will it work like that evil one? OS will be different. Wait, what? Will it work like the evil one? or will it be different some aspect? I don't know what you mean with the evil. Bold, neuro, and evil. Sorry, I got a little bit off track in with the chat, so I'm not sure exactly what you meant with your question, Sama, but I'll grab the answer if you help me clarify a little bit. And bold, neuro, and evil. Yes, we've got bold, neuro, and evil. Well, you know, I've been thinking. Oh, also I got. Did I not take them here? I need to go down. No, here they are. Also made reference sheets for both of them. This was, I should have done this a long time ago, but now we have it. There you go. Two nice little reference sheets that are approximately the right scale for what we're trying to do. Let's see if it fits. I think mine's a little bit taller. No, it's fine. It looks about the size, doesn't it? Doesn't need to be really perfect, but it's a good reference to keep around and see and work on. I've been thinking a lot. We're still not into the face part, but I've been thinking if we should give it a shot and try to make the variance between the eyes, because Neuro's neutral eyes are much more open, much more wider, and the evil's eyes are a little bit shorter. I'm not gonna change the shape of the head. I do have this feeling that evil's head is a little bit more round. I'm not sure if that's some illusion made by the hair or something like that. But I'm not gonna do that because that means redesigning the head and there'll be a lot of work. But maybe we can actually make the difference in the eyes and have their different face qualities. But it's something we'll get into when we get into, face stuff. Right now we're doing bodies. But yeah, so we got this one, and I can use this for, what was I planning to use this for? I was just about to tell you and I forgot. Oh well, at least it is good for us to see the height of the stockings. We're not gonna do the band-aid yet, but yeah, more or less check the height of the stockings, check the shoes. I hadn't noticed that Evil's shoes are slightly less saturated than Neuro's shoes. Can you see it there? This is from the official images that Roman sent me on the Discord, so I think they're as accurate as they can be. But yeah, I have never noticed, also because we usually never get to see their shoes, but I see that Evil's shoes are slightly less saturated than this one, so maybe we can tweak that out too. But yeah, so my plan is I'm gonna mix the material. I'm gonna show you what it means to make a new batch of material and why I like to test things out before I start working on a final piece. And yeah, once we finished with that, we can start casting our very first. Oh well, while our test is drying, I'm gonna try to apply all the little nuts and bolts here and all that stuff in the feet and in the shoulders. And once that is done, then we'll see how the silicone behaved, how fast is it curing, all that stuff. I'll talk to you about how it behaves, what it means, all that stuff, and then we can get straight into casting. But yeah, so that's our plan for today. It's gonna be a busy day, it's gonna be intense. I've done this before. It's always, it seems pretty easy. It's like just add the goop into the mold, close it and make it a day, but there's always a struggle here or there regarding the material. So I know stuff is gonna get crazy at some point. I just know this from experience. There's never like a completely perfect, unless it's a very simple, very simple mold. There's always some sort of hiccup or some sort of struggle during the process. It's just the more complex the mold, the more steps it takes and more things you need to take into account. It's a pretty interesting process, but yeah, it takes its toll. But I feel like I've done enough of these to actually understand where the risks are, and I can do it while talking to you, while just chatting and having fun. And yeah, explaining to you all of the magic behind what we do here in the workshop. So, first, and I took those images from the Neuro Discord, so yeah, it's pretty perfect. Then it is. It's fully official. So, this is tin cure silicone, which means it's slightly easier to tear, but it's pretty easy to come by. And it's extremely thick. It's not gonna fall down. It's like a Dairy Queen ice cream. It's just not gonna drop at all. It's very thick paste there. You see it? So, oh, I need my scale. My bad, the bad English. Oh, don't worry, I have terrible English too, so don't worry. Well, they work the same way as the old Evil, the one that broke, with materials, moving parts. So, in concept, yes, it will be sort of the same. The biggest fix I've managed to sort right now, I'm just going to get the scale, but I'm gonna talk to you while I'm away from the camera. The biggest fix that I've made up until now is reinforcing the hips. So I redesigned the hips with 3D printing in order to make them, in theory, much sturdier, much harder to break. I did a couple of stress tests. I tried to hammer the thing and it did not break. So hopefully these guys will last a little bit longer. They still have a limited shelf life because it's not... If I really wanted to do like an internal Evil and Neuro, I would need to do ball and socket. Even ball and socket tends to break after a lot of time, a lot of stress, but ball and socket pieces made out of steel would be the best option, but I don't have the tool sets nor the knowledge of how to make that sort of more engineering side of things. So I just tried to make the next best thing in my mind, which was designing everything properly with 3D resin and having the resin be reinforced and well structured. And now I can show you that real quick. Instead of having just one joint for the hip, we actually have 4. So even if one of them breaks, maybe I can go to another one and use that one instead. But also I took the measures so that hopefully it will be very, very hard to break the hip. So our biggest problem of last time has been dealt with. There are still a couple of breaking points. It's not gonna work forever, but I hope it's at least good enough for us to work for much more time than what Evil actually gave us in her time. So that's a big difference that we have right now. You hammered Evil's hip bones. She's gonna hate you if she ever finds out. We could tell each twin that it's actually the other twin, and none of them will ever know. So we hammered the bones of whichever twin is not asking. If Neuro asks us who were we hammering, we'll say it was Evil. If Evil asks us who it was, we'll say it was Neuro. And if both of them ask us at a certain time, we'll say we were hammering filters. And I think they'll agree with that being fine. So yeah, I'm gonna set the scale. Oh, I need to get my solvent. So I don't know a lot about the in-depth chemistry of how all of this works, but either way I can sort of explain you what I understand, even if it's not pure, very accurate science. But I can explain you, like, in general, on my experience, how the materials behave and what they do, what they're like, all that stuff. But yeah, just don't take anything I say as pure scientific accurate data. It's more like street smarts and experience from working with this stuff, but I don't really understand the inner workings of the materials or the reactions, but I can barely like give you sort of an idea of how stuff works here. So there's a silicone. This is the batch of silicone that I had before, and it's the same thing as this, only that I add a little bit of diluting agent, which I'll show you in a bit. But first I need to add some of this material. It's pretty hard, very strong, very thick. And I need to make sure my scale is set properly because I need precise numbers for everything we throw in here. So yeah, just from this, I just threw 150 grams plus whatever's on the stick right now. 164, 178. So I guess I'm gonna try and add what, at least 300 grams, just so I still have enough space to add the solvent into the mixture. 180, And let's add some more, another scoop. It's a little bit hard to work with this. It's very strong. You need to really lean in to move it around. You can see how it barely moves when I'm trying to let it drip. It's very slow, very thick, very heavy, but it's good. I like this material a lot, especially because it's very like DIY, make your own silicone. I still need to understand it a little bit better. I think we could make a couple of tests, maybe whenever we're more relaxed. But yeah, you'll see when we get there. So we're at 250 grams, 246. Now let's add a little bit more of this silicone. So yeah, this is how it comes. It's very thick. It's more like the raw substance. I'm not sure exactly how they prepare this or how it works, but yeah, it's just very thick substance that with the proper reaction transforms into a polymer, and that makes the rubber. So we've got 292. I think with whatever we've got in the stick itself, we can make it to 300. I like to keep my numbers straight, but I'll show you. There we go. 294. Let's just get a little bit more silicone in here. We need 6 grams more. Responsibility. No. 298. Action words. You're making from scratch? Yes, I'm making stuff from scratch because I make a new and improved and better Neuro-Sama, an evil. So yeah, we're making stuff all the way from scratch. I've wondered if it would be interesting someday to try like kit bashing and working with figures and that sort of stuff. But yeah, I've always loved making stuff from very basic primordial goops. So yeah, I enjoy this, even if it takes much longer. But yes, we're gonna be making them from scratch. We have, the only thing I'm not making from the very beginning is the 3D model, which is a model that I got from the internet. All right, back to work for me. Good luck. All right, take care, Dolphin. Good to see you around. Good luck with your work, and I'll see you later probably. Okay, so here we have 300 grams of the thing. Now let's add some solvent. All right. So this is the silicone diluent, which is sort of like an oily substance. I think it's some sort of silicone oil. I'm not exactly sure how that stuff works, but yeah, it's like a very oily, very liquid substance that you can add to this, and it will spread. It will make it thinner and easier to work with instead of struggling as much as I just was with the scooping. Now let me see if I can. Oh, it's open. So yeah, if we added 300 grams of solid silicone here, we're gonna need 150 grams of our solvent. So this container is pretty much very close to running out. Hopefully it will be enough, but I do have a spare one. So we got 38, 42, 50, 58, 70, 85, 96, 99, 105, 106. That might be right up around what we needed. 120, 26, 29, 34, 36. Oh, so it might be just what we needed. 140, 42, 46. Difference. You know what? Then I'm gonna pour the whole thing, which was 170, 175, 76. I'm gonna pour the whole thing, and whatever we are missing, I'm gonna add it with more silicone because we still got space in our container. So if we have 180, more or less, I'll see how much more it pours over here. Just want to make a difference. I'm not here to fit in this world. I just want to make a difference. 182. I'm not sure, but maybe we can make it to 190, perhaps. I hold you like this. Just so I don't have to keep my hands here. Yeah. But I don't want the scale to turn off. Oh, and I don't want the weight of this thing affecting my scale. 185. Don't look back. I can't believe in the path I'm on. Hello, playing Minecraft right now. Oh, Reddy, how's it going? Are you playing your own mod or a regular mod or a regular version? Oh, you know, I just saw a video, Drazzy, about some guy. It was like a mathematical guy making a big analysis and stuff, and numbers and stuff. But the big conclusion was that there's this streamer who is making a trip to the what's the name? The far lands in Minecraft, and he's gonna be reaching the far lands very, very soon. And I don't know, I just thought it would be interesting for you since you're so much into Minecraft and code and all that stuff. So from what I understood, the far lands is whenever you've reached the point where the byte and the data of Minecraft itself starts to do weird stuff. Yeah, the border. Yeah. And there was this streamer who has been on like a 60-day hike towards reaching the border. And yeah, just thought it would be interesting. I'm not sure if you knew about this guy. You probably already knew about the border itself, but I just thought it would be interesting. The Farlands was removed? Oh, really? So maybe then, well, maybe it was. Maybe they're playing like an old build. I don't know. Because maybe they're playing Bedrock version or something like that. I still don't understand a lot about Minecraft, but I just found that video very, very interesting. Got changed to the border. Oh, okay. So then I guess he's gonna reach the border, but I'm not sure if that's less interesting than the glitchy Farlands. Okay, so I think this will be enough. We've got 186 grams of solvent. So 186 minus the 150 that we needed before, I mean we have 36 grams of silicone solvent to spare, right? So we have 36 grams to spare. That means we need to add twice that. So 72 grams of this guy. in order to still keep our standard ratio of 1 to 2 units of each. So I'm going to try to very carefully cast, or add a little bit of material bit by bit, because I need to make sure we make it to 60 grams and don't overdo it. Da, 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 da. So here we go, 14, 16. 21. 22. Wait, I haven't seen your comment. I see you sent stuff, Drezzy, but I haven't been. I'm a little bit focused right now. I'm gonna look at it in a second. In the meantime, we've got 40 grams here. 42. Oh, Neuro has a cover of this one. I'm not sure if you've heard it before. Love This of Human Self. I think it's the only Guilty Gear song I've listened in Storm FM. 50. But I heard it a couple of times, like at least 5. Yourself inside out, she told me. $60. The Farlands are a weird generation, but the Minecraft was like, what the hell, I'm gonna make it work and not be glitchy and just add a border so you can go past. So yeah, maybe this guy's playing the very basic edition. Like, you can probably get the first versions of the game, right? There has to be some sort of archive. Or maybe they're gonna be very disappointed when they reach the edge. So 61. We're gonna be making. We need 72. We are 9 grams away. No, 11 grams away of our limit. Well, it's not really a hard limit, but it's good to keep everything in check and proportional and all that stuff. $68, $69. No, deep down. So wait, we need 3 more grams. It seems like too much. 70. Oh, lullaby, don't stop until I fall in place. So if you guys ever want to listen or want to, oh yeah, you can send suggestions, even if there's something, because I think that there are a couple of you who are not in the Discord, maybe you don't have Discord accounts, that sort of stuff. But if that's the case, you can always send music suggestions on the chat. But yeah, if you are on the Discord, we do have a section, a channel where you can send. So there we go. There we go, 72. So let's mix this in a second. You're explaining the old version, or he's clickbaiting because he just clicked border, or he didn't know that he's gonna be very disappointed. I hope he's not clickbaiting. For what I understand, the guy is making it so it's a very big charity stream. So everything he makes from his hike, all of the donations that he gets from his Twitch stream are going straight into charity. I don't know which charity. So yeah, I think it's not. Well, I would think maybe that then it's not very clickbaity. It's more like an honest thing they're doing. But yeah, I wouldn't know, honestly. I just saw this video. It was more of a data guy who was explaining all of the data types and how stuff got weird when you reach the limit of a certain data types and that sort of stuff. And then he mentioned how this user was going to make it to the very edge of the world, trying to explore the unknown. Maybe he's gonna go there and build the parlance. That sounds like a lot of work, isn't it? The end of time. Okay, so this feels interesting. It feels a little bit too watered down, but also it's not dissolved properly yet. So yeah, this will take a while. It's pretty much like just mixing for a long time. And yeah, I'm trying to get the right consistency, make sure there's no blobs or lumps anywhere. And yeah, hopefully we'll reach that point. I really miss, they used to sell this mixing sticks at the store where I bought the thing. And they were made of bamboo, so they're incredibly sturdy, and they were very cheap. But now they don't sell them anymore, and they use just regular wood, and they break because this stuff is very thick. You need something very, very strong in order to mix it properly and not struggle a lot. And yeah, these bamboo sticks are very useful for that, and they stopped selling them. So I take care of mine as if they were sacred relics, because I'm not sure what I want to do if I ever lose this guy. Gravity of something. W, what are you making right now? I missed the explanation. Oh, W, welcome. So this is the silicone. This is the very basic material that we use for, you know, all the skin and the layers and all that stuff. It's soft. So it starts like a very thick white liquid that you can apply all sorts of colorants and pigments to it to get the right color and consistency. And then when you activate a chemical reaction and it will transform into rubber. And that's what so I was running out of this. I did have enough, probably about, I don't know, 250 grams, but it was a very risky amount that could maybe not be enough even for a single neuro. And I didn't want to take those chances, because if something goes wrong while you're casting, it means you have to pretty much start over. We could probably go back to the skeleton phase, but like all of the silicone is lost and you have to start over, and it's very messy. And that's why Evil had a couple of flaws on her legs before. So I thought I'd rather go buy more material and actually make sure I have enough to make both of them perfectly. So yeah, this is the silicone. It's a material that we usually use for this. It transforms into rubber, and I just bought, on Thursday, I went and bought a brand new container of silicone, which, by the way, is the very first product that has been officially financed by your donations, either on Patreon or Twitch subscriptions, or even the one YouTube YouTube super chat that we've had from Yui. But it's the very first material that's actually been financed by the earnings of the channel, which makes me very proud, and I think you should be very proud too. But yeah, so I bought this stuff, and now I'm preparing more so I can have like a big batch of silicone to pull from whenever I need to do more stuff, like the legs, the shoes, and even we'll probably get into the arms in the future. But yeah, so I'm preparing this just so we have a nice big source of silicone to pull from. And so it's very basically liquid rubber that, with the reaction of it's got this little droppers, how do you call this? Yeah, drops that come with it, and this is a catalyzer. So when you add this into the mix, it will, after a couple of hours, harden into solid rubber, just like this. And that's pretty much the key principle, but it comes in a very thick presentation. This is very thick paste that won't come out of the container by itself. It's very, very thick. So you use a little bit of solvent, which is sort of a silicone oil, to reduce the mix and have it become thinner and easier to work with, easier to flow through your mold, through your pieces, and to grab all of those little details. I'm planting carved pumpkins everywhere. Awesome! Oh yeah. What are you making right now? I must explain. So that's what I'm making right now. I'm preparing silicone, like a big batch of silicone. Then I want to run a little test before we actually get into the bodies themselves. So we might be making, I'm not sure if we should make a Don Vidal or the Dragon Frame controller. I mean, I guess we could. But the important part is just to have a little bit of a test of the material to see how long it will take, how much material is too much, if it hardens too fast, if it hardens too slow, all those little details. I'll show you in a bit why I do that. And yeah, that's going to be a very big explanation if you ever want to actually do this sort of stuff, because I feel like it's something that a lot of people really skip, and they could get into a lot of trouble if something goes wrong with your mold. There's always like a non-zero chance that you have to start over. So it's best if you always try and reduce all of those risks to the lowest. And that's what I want to show you also today. And yeah, then we're gonna try and cast the body and see how far we can make it, because it's a very long process to cast just one neuro body. It takes a lot of work, it takes a lot of time, but I think we probably can get at least one ready today. But hey, maybe we can actually even start the second one, I don't know. Bright balloons, only my feelings will ever. Hey, Darkness, how's it going? Hello, chat, and hello, me. Yeah, we're fine. We're having some fun mixing a little bit of silicone here. Very first step before actually making Neuro herself. And yeah, just enjoying chatting, listening to some good, pretty Guilty Gear music. I'm trying to rip the band-aid and see if listening to this is gonna get me blasted. Hopefully not, because all the music of Guilty Gears all of the songs are absolute bangers, and I love them very much. It's like my comfort music, even if it's very loud and noisy and chaotic. You can listen to it. I think it might be too low. Let me know if it's too loud, okay? To be honest, I normally don't watch streams. I do like streams that are interactive. Yeah, I understand that. I'm not sure if there could be some way for us to make our streams more interactive. I try to keep the chat up, but I mean, it's usually just me working on the background. Before I started making the channel, I had a friend who suggested me to actually make the channel more like a lo-fi hip-hop bits where you only watch. There's a couple of streamers who are actually just some medicine students who are studying in their computer, and you can just like watch them for some reason, and he thought that could be my sort of content. But I do like to talk about stuff and teach about things. But yeah, if you have any suggestions on something you enjoy on other streamers, or that you think could make this more of an engaging and interesting experience, please suggest it. I'm still learning a lot. I still don't know how to activate, I don't know, yeah, like alerts or countdowns, that sort of stuff. I'm doing my homework, but it takes time because I'm pretty bad when it comes to all of this streaming work. But I'm trying to learn. But yeah, if there's any suggestions, so I know I need to get into figuring out how to make sound alerts and emotes and that sort of stuff. I'm looking into that, but I hadn't had enough time to actually, develop that sort of stuff. But yeah, if there's any suggestions, I'm glad you're having fun. Thank you. Yes, it's very fun. I love making this stuff. I really, really love working on this, making cool mixtures. I feel like I don't know, like a mad scientist mixing crazy stuff in a cauldron, or I don't know, like a wizard. And I've always loved that. Working with materials really makes me happy, even though it can be very stressful because of all the careful things you need to do along the process and how messy it can be, because working with sticky, thick, white fluids is not well, it's very easy to make an absolute mess, and the mess could be very hard to clean up if you're not careful. It could also be very easy to clean up if it's properly catalyzed, but that doesn't always happen. I've had a couple of times where I've used the wrong catalyzer on a product, and that just ruined everything pretty badly. Well, I have to restart a mold or something, but I need to clean up the art piece. It's so messy. Sometimes I feel like a crazy scientist when I'm drawing, so I know how it feels. Yeah, so you know the feeling. Yes, I feel like this is my drawing equivalent. So I've never been very great at drawing, but whenever I do this, I feel like I'm like how to say it, like a fish in water. Like I just flow with it. I love it, understand it, and yeah, I think that's why I won the. Also, I feel more confident. I'm not sure. I think there's a very evident difference between how easily I can talk with you guys when I'm doing this versus when I'm working on 3D, because I'm not as dexterous in my 3D work. So I usually need to concentrate a little bit more. But when it comes to this, I feel like I can just chat and chat and chat for hours and hours on end without a big problem, because I've done this so many times in my past. There's a couple of stressful parts, mostly in the middle, but not stressful enough for me to actually not be able to stream it while I work. And also fun, like having a little risk. You might one day see me screw up a mold catastrophically, and at least it's gonna be good content. So even if I'm depressed because I just ruined a 3-week mold, yeah, at least we can have a laugh about it and yeah, get back to work. Better than the crippling silence of knowing that you screwed up with some sort of material. So it feels like it has the right consistency now. I would still like to give it a proper mix again before casting the rest, I guess, but it's fine. So we got this, guys, and we got this. What else do we need? We're gonna be needing some pigment, which I'm gonna go get soon. And yeah, so we can run our little test right now. My frozen time is my frozen time. Out of the dark. So I just want to scrape the sides very well to make sure there are no blobs on the very side. So the important thing about this is to have a very homogeneous mix. The thing, it's a little bit hard to know if your mix is very homogeneous because it's just a very big blob of white. It's hard to look into the mix. It's hard to feel if there's any actual solid bit under the surface, because yeah, it's very hard to see through. So it's more like a feel, and it's mostly just trying to mix and remix and mix as much as you want, as much as you need, in order to make sure there's no blobs. And yeah, I mean, if you have the mixture as even as possible, that would probably mean you'll have the best results. Now, there's always a little bit of variation. Silicone can be very tricky when it comes to their reactivity, how much time it takes to react. There's a lot of variables that can affect it. The first one, the big one, is the distribution, right? So right now I added 150 grams versus 300 grams of silicone, but that doesn't mean it might be perfect. The mixture could have 1 more gram of one thing or 1 more gram of the other thing than what we need, and that's going to have a variation in how quickly the stuff reacts. Then there's also variables like the heat or the humidity of wherever you're working on, that sort of stuff. It's a very, very, very picky material that always behaves differently depending on a lot of different factors. So that's why I always like to make a quick test to make sure, like, okay, the general rule of thumb for catalyzing this is to apply 4 drops of catalyzer for each 10 grams of material, which is pretty fine. So it's the standard amount, but I've had the issue. Oh, another issue could be the time, like how old your catalyzer is. Right now I'm going to use a catalyzer that just came with the material, so it should be fairly well. But sometimes I've tried to use older catalyzers that simply don't work or become incredibly slow, so it will take like a full day or maybe more for a silicone piece to harden, and that's like another big variable. So I also try to test it because of that, because I'm not sure if the catalyzer I have could be maybe a faulty dropper, or maybe it's just too old and the reactive ingredients are not on their best state. I don't know, there's like a million possibilities there, but that's another good reason to always test your stuff to make sure. So I'm gonna at least know whatever I've got mixed inside of this container right now is gonna behave approximately similar to what I just did in the test, and that's enough information for me to work with for the casting of Evil or Neuro, whoever. Sleep well. Oh, someone Gigahertz gotta go sleep now. All right. It's already midnight in here. On a stream, Don Mariano. Thank you very much, Gigahertz. Take care. Hope to see you later, another stream. But in the meantime, take care, rest well, and yeah, have fun. Sleep well, and I see Booster with a little emote of evil there. Is it evil? Seems like evil. Ugh. Okay, so I think this is mixed well enough. Let's make just a very quick cast. Nothing special, but maybe something so that we can see if our silicone is behaving properly. So let's try the standard units, which is going to be 10 grams of silicone with 4 drops of catalyzer. Take a good mental note of when we began to mix it and how long it takes to start hardening, to begin to gel, all that fun stuff. So yeah, let's make that very quickly, and then we can spend a little bit of time preparing Evil and Neuro for their proper castings. I'm faked out, call me out. Who can say that I'm not today again? People are all dead, but so are those bastards. Just love the Guilty Gear OST. 2 other names will be carved onto stone. We're come home alive, I'm turned a liar. Forgive me, it's not the Arc de Triomphe. Only stop motion error will be the prettiest little cookie. Oh no, OC, that's not. I read that's part of your message. Stop motion will be the prettiest. Yes, she will. That's why I'm working so hard. I'd rather take my time so that she can be the prettiest little cookie that we've ever had, that we've ever seen, and instead of rushing it and just having a regular cookie. Way down with us. So let's do 10 grams. And with those 10 grams, oh, I need to patch this guy up real quick. Those who dream of heaven never last very long. The rotting flesh and full eyes back my wounds. Oh, I'm alive, a liar, liar. Let me shut down, put on some light. For the sake of the day, keep fighting. So, close this guy up. And I'm gonna prepare, besides the silicone, let's prepare our Dragon Frame controller for molding. Just because it's gonna be the easier mold. I think Don Vidal can wait a little bit, especially because it's got a big hole in the side, which I need to patch up. I'll show you in a minute. Okay, so we're pretty much, how much material do we have? I want to know. Where's my scale? So from what we made, we have almost a full kilogram of silicone. I need to subtract the weight of the container, which would probably be at least 50 grams. But yeah, it means we have a lot of material to work with. Only in this container we probably have enough for at least 3 neuros. So that's good. That's very good. Also, I'm not sure if we're going to be using less material now that the skeleton, the inner structure, is a little bit thicker than before. That's also important. For the sake of that day, keep fighting. So we got 1 kilogram of material. Let me prepare this real quick so we can make our mold. The one that we all love. Yes, the one that we all definitely love. So yeah, we got this one, and we got Don Vidal, the legally distinct turtle. But the problem with Don Vidal right now is that he's got a big gash on his face. This part of the print got stuck to the print bed, so it broke, and I need to patch this up before we make Don Vidal's mold. So he'll have to wait. I think he can wait a couple of days, extra days, before we actually make his mold. But the controller, it's pretty fine. I'm not sure if I love this one because it's got that vaporwave aesthetic, but I guess we can just make it for the sake of it. I mean, if we're gonna use some silicone, at least make it worth the effort. I don't like making casts that are just trash. Because, yeah, the only thing I don't love about stop motion is that it generates a lot of trash. Just a lot of foam, a lot of rubber, a lot of stuff that simply goes on the side and ends up unused. So I like to have some sort of material around, or some sort of spare that can help me, how do I say this? Yeah, some spare material around to use to to cast molds of something, to make something fun out of what would otherwise be just a big blob of useless trash. So yeah, I like to do that. So I'm gonna use my UV light here. Just gonna cure real quick this and patch it. When did you make this? On our last 3D stream back in, what was it? On Tuesday, Wednesday, I believe. We designed these and I printed them right after the stream. They turned out all right, not perfect, but all right. Let me see if we can clean this up. Oh god. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Whose theme is this one? Oh, Dizzy. Of course. The Radiant Dawn. Na 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 na. Na, 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 na. Okay, I'm gonna let this flow a little bit, just so it evens out the surface just a little. I think it's gonna be a little bit messy there, but what else could we do? It's already reacting with the sun. Okay, it's fine. Now you can sand it just a little bit. So I just want to make this so I can, whenever I cast, I can at least have a little place to throw the material on. And yeah, hopefully that will help us not waste as much material, or whatever waste comes out of the workshop at least can be repurposed into some fun little goodie that could either be sold or just given away at conventions. I mean, otherwise it would just be trash, so I like to at least make some good use of whatever comes out of the workshop. Dun, 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 dun. Da, 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 na, 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 na. Da, da, da. Da. Oh, there's a lot of holes on this side. I haven't seen those. I mean, they're very small, but I should have started this a little bit earlier, but I hadn't had a lot of time to spend on the workshop lately. Been busy with a lot of stuff, like going to buy the stuff and then to take care of some extra things. Yesterday we had our stream with Faye. Yeah, I was starting to get the workshop withdrawal syndrome, where I start to get very twitchy and yeah, like freaked out that I haven't been able to work in fun stuff for a while. So yeah, right now I'm just patching all of these little holes with the same UV resin that I used to make the model. It's just black one. I like the black one because it's a nice contrast. It's easier to read if the hole is properly patched and sealed, rather than using the same color. I mean, in the end, the final piece is not even gonna have any of these colors, so it doesn't really matter. That's why I rather use this, and that way I'm pretty sure everything's healed properly and working the way it should. That's how it is. No matter what life throws at you, take it all. Walk in the park, play the hero till I die. But like an evil, be free till you die. Miracles for granted. Never goes out the way you want, that's how it is. So I gotta walk in the park till I die, fly like an eagle. So after doing this, the next steps would be, I'm trying to sort out what the right order of operations here should be. Because I could apply a first layer of silicone to the body itself, or I could first apply a layer of silicone to the mold. Okay, I think the first thing I should really do is actually make sure the bodies fit the mold. I think I need to tweak the position of the knees a little bit, because Evil and Neuro's knees are slightly crooked. They always have this sort of like deer pose. Yes, the knees are bent inwards just a little bit to make them look cute. And because of that, they might not fit inside of the mold very well until I actually twist the knees into the right angle. So I'm probably gonna need to do that. You'll be wiped out. And other than that, then we can apply the first layers of silicone around the body. And more material. Tenth of myself. No, 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 no. Okay, I think with this we finished our patching. I'm just gonna spray it with a little bit of... Well, it doesn't really need it. I think I'll do it anyway, just for the sake of it. Okay, so this guy's set. No, 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 no. And let's just sand it a very little, a tiny bit. I think it's fine. Okay, let's see. Just a quick little stand on the edges. I'm gonna do this off of the table just so I don't fill everything with powder. But you can trust me that I'm sanding the sides of these things. We're gonna have some very fun streams where I'm just sanding for hours and hours. Today's not one of those, but I can assure you I've done a lot of sanding work whenever I'm trying to get the right finish in a print or in a whatever. So maybe not today, but I can assure you there will be a day where you get a very entertaining, very engaging 9-hour stream of just me moving this sandpaper around for hours and hours. About myself. By the way, I want to hear something funny. Yesterday, after the base stream, I noticed that our subscriber count went down by like 3 subscribers, and it really made me freak out. I feel like I take that too seriously sometimes. But I don't know, like we could spend a day and I can just make 20 random subscribers, which I really appreciate and it's really fun, but it's like I don't really it makes me go makes me a little bit excited when I see it, but it's like, you know, a little bit mild by this point. I'm getting used to, since we released the video, we've been actually making about at least 5 new subscribers a day, which is pretty cool, pretty useful. But whenever I see the count go down by 2, I freak out so much. It's like, oh no, what did I do? Everyone hates me now. And I don't know, I just find it funny. How I freak out with such small little details, which shouldn't be that meaningful. I just want to share with you how yesterday I saw the count go down by 2 and I started to panic. And then this morning it was back to where it was. Son of myself. But yeah, I think this guy's ready for casting. I'm just gonna give it a little wash so I can take the powder out of the insides of the little nooks and crannies here. And yeah, we can cast this. Drazzy, how's it going? In the Minecraft I'm playing, the border is really small, so we can get some. But what's the border in the newer versions? Because in much space all cherry wood in the world, so somebody wants cherry, they need to give me something to get it. All the cherry wood in the world, really? So he wants cherry, they need to give me something. But are you playing with someone else, like a multiplayer server? Or is it just you against the world? Because I'm not sure if villagers are smart enough to actually want cherry wood. Oh, I love this song. It took me 10 years to find the answer to something. I forgot about it in 2 seconds. Okay, so I'm just gonna watch this a little bit and we'll be done. Bam, 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 bam. Son of myself. way. Sure. Baby, ride. Shark Build Pro. Running this Alien Neuro in 3 separate tabs. Really? So what's Neuro up to today? What's she gonna be doing? Your eyes on me. There's 100 of me. The truth is not on the street. The thing where you start in a small world with a bunch of players and each player gets amount of life from 2 to 6. Oh, okay, interesting. Alright, then good luck getting rid of all those other players and also trying to keep your monopoly on Cherrywood standing. Let's move around. You can only kill our players if you have 1 life left. Okay, interesting. And why is Cherrywood so valuable? Like, couldn't you just use any other type of wood? What makes Cherrywood special? I mean, it sounds luxurious, but I'm not sure if you're looking for luxury in a survival game. Ooh. Looks cool. Baby, ride. Okay, so there we go. This little guy's ready. Let's put it. It's pretty to get the monopoly because there's only 1 tree. Okay. I think what some people want. Oh, okay. Just it's more for an aesthetic thing then. Of me will be born. Truth is not always real. I don't want any conclusions. I drift tonight to wandering lost. I will just be a black sea. Finite, infinite one, carried by waves. Can you hear it? The pulses of the living, the erratic rhythm. It's a grand orchestra hum. It's never the same tone. Who wants to stop this? There can't be. When the violent storm is over, blue sky is more beautiful than ever. You see, I want that, that's all I want. I drift tonight by the waves, I'll just be a black sea. Please don't stop the flow. God. The vast universe, I drift tonight, a finite, one finite. Okay, so I'm just gluing this in place, keeping it in place here. And live series. Okay. Oh no, 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 no. Okay. For a second I thought a piece of my glove was gonna stick to the It's called Hive Live. Trying to explain around what the live series is. Oh wait, haven't seen it. Pretty easy, Cherrywood. Fan live series. Live series? Is that the same like mod that you're playing where you have this sort of limited lives and all that stuff? Sounds cool. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, this is the gravity. Let me see if I can make this a little bit faster. Reality of a dream, reality of a dream. Reality of truth. Da-da-dum, when the universe turns bright. Da-da-da-da-da-da-na-na. Many have many. Not sure if 10 grams is going to be enough for the full mold, but it's fine. We're going to have enough later, at the very least. So I'm just going to make. So the quickest way to make molds for this stuff is just to have a brick of clay like this, and you can just start making the barriers real quick and easy. Can be a little bit careless here. Doesn't really matter that much. Live series has been a thing in Minecraft YouTuber game. I've seen a lot of people play Minecraft before, but I've never understood like all the different mods and stuff. You know, there's like fantasy mods and sort of like story-driven mods. But yeah, I've never. Well, because I've never even played vanilla Minecraft, I sort of get very lost. But you know, I find something very captivating about the games that have this ludic quality of being sort of like a toy box instead of being, well, I mean, you can always play it the way it was intended to be played originally, but what I always found captivating is the games that you can actually just play without caring about the story or whatever. You can, when a game behaves as a box full of toys, which I believe Minecraft achieves very well, I feel like it transcends beyond what a video game is capable of. Because yeah, it's not just about making an objective or beating the Ender Dragon or all that stuff. It's like you have people playing Minecraft in so many different ways. Not really, well, I mean, sandbox, I think it's part of it, but I don't know if it's really all there is to it. Because I feel like they're plenty of sandbox games where people just do what they're there to do. For example, like games like Rust or yeah, I mean those could be considered sandbox games too, right? I'm not sure. I feel like, yeah, sandbox is a good way to sort of group them together, but I feel like they need to have some special charm to it in order to actually fulfill that that possibility. To explain what sandbox game is? Okay, so maybe sandbox is the right word. Because there's levels to it. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I need to research like what other games qualify as sandbox like that. Yeah, I guess you might be right. Oh god. Okay, so this is fine. It's a little bit tall for my taste. I think we can take care of that real quick. So I'm trying to make a very simple mold. But now the tricky part with this sort of molds is that you can have... Oh god. What's going on? Is that an ad? Are we listening to an ad right now? No ads allowed. No. Oh, we went into a live stream for some reason. I know we didn't listen to the whole soundtrack. You cannot lie to me like that. Okay. We'll listen to that. Okay. Sometimes it just escapes. Just let you do whatever you want freely. Maybe. Spring moon, dreaming good day. Look into the bottom line. What do you fight for? Now it's time to feast. Damn that Colosseum. Face my truth, sayonara. Well done, how dare you to bend the knee. Sayonara. By the way, Minecraft, Rust lets you do a lot with the limits of the game. Minecraft lets you fundamentally change how the game works. Yeah, but I don't think that's part of the... it's not required to be that way. So if that's what defines a sandbox, I don't think you need it to be a full-on sandbox game. For example, Halo. Halo had that property. Halo 3, at least I remember back in my day, when I was fairly young, when I was just a young grandpa. Halo 3 would be a game that people played. I mean, it's clearly a shooter, but you can play pretend, like, I don't know, being cops and robbers or all sorts of stuff. Like, it gave you... It's not really about how the game is programmed, I believe, but just how engaging it is, that it makes people feel like they can play with it beyond what the intended design is, which is, I don't know, shoot, kill, kill grunts, finish the story mode. I don't know, maybe become a great player in matchmaking, that sort of stuff. But there could also be like, yeah, I mean, this sandbox quality, but it's still a shooter, right? It's not really a... Somebody made Mario using just redstone once. Oh, I've seen those people who make calculators and weird stuff out of whatever the... I've seen there was a calculator made in Mario Maker, which was very insane. Just like making a calculator and or a computer in Magic the Gathering. But yeah, no, I'm not sure. I feel like, yeah, maybe sandbox is the right word, now that you say it. But I don't know, I just find something very fascinating about having a game that transcends beyond what it should be doing, even if you don't have full control over the rules or that sort of stuff. For example, when I was a kid, I remember playing Kirby Air Ride, which is gonna get a sequel soon, I believe. But I remember playing it with my neighbor friends and that sort of stuff. And we never played actual races. We just kind of played pretend the same way a child would play with, yeah, with plastic toys. It was the same thing, but in the general city. And it was just flat out play pretend. Just, hey, yes, my house is the volcano. Oh, cool. And yeah, and my house is gonna be the castle. Oh, cool. And I'm gonna say that I'm a cop, and I'm gonna try and find a criminal, and I don't know, that sort of silly stuff that children do. But whenever a game sort of engages in such a way, I feel like it transcends beyond whatever the video game. Video games are usually limited to accomplishing a certain goal. But when they open up to, I don't know, I just find something very fascinating when a game behaves like simple box of toys, which can be, I feel like it can apply to Minecraft, especially because in Minecraft there's a lot of people who actually get into the code of the game and they make their own stuff. But yeah, I wouldn't know how to define it. It's just some magical property whenever something's really interesting and fun and people enjoy it. Okay. What game you said is called a roleplay game? No, yeah, I understand the concept of roleplay game, but what I mean is whenever a video game can allow that sort of freedom of creativity, beyond maybe having the rules set through coding, beyond just like I don't know, I feel like it's something that not all the games can simply give you out of the blue. Like if you play a fighting game, I mean, I guess you could do some weird roleplay with fighting games, but the objective is pretty clear, is you have an opponent right in front of you and you just have to beat them up. And there's more sandboxy games like, yeah, Minecraft, and that I don't know, feels like that box of toys feeling. I feel like it's something just very unique. Rust lets you do that, but when Minecraft, you know, how do you commence? You can make your own games. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people make their own games. They can make very interesting stuff, like, yeah, they even make stories and puzzles. I've seen a lot of people. I've never watched a full playthrough because I feel that's something that I would like to engage with at some point if I ever got to understand Minecraft at all. But Skyblock, for example, something that really seems interesting to me. But I've never wanted to actually see a playthrough of Skyblock because seeing someone solve a puzzle usually ruins the puzzle for you. You already know the answer. Maybe you'll forget a couple of details, but the way Skyblock works, it feels like you need... Yeah, if someone gives you the answer, then yeah, you already know the answer. You already know... I mean, I think you need some basic knowledge for starters, like the cobblestone generator and all that stuff, which is stuff I don't honestly fully understand, but I just... Yeah, the concept of Skyblock I find also very fascinating. And I've seen a lot of people who make that sort of stuff. And yeah, that Skyblock still plays with the rules of Minecraft itself, right? It's just like a designed world that specifically limits you to whatever the Skyblock allows you to do. But wait, somebody made Mario using redstone. Mario inside of Minecraft? Yeah, it's redstone. It's called Minecraft, not a game. See, the game is where you have a begin point and an end point and rules. I know how to use commands. So you simply put the commands in the chat log of Minecraft, and that's how you make your stuff. I thought you would go into the source code or something like that. And also that has to be planned, right? Whenever you make a game, you know how easy or not it is to modify and tweak. Ah, Slayer. I love this song. The darkness is pierced by the morning sun. The light is beautiful, I'm mesmerized by it. But soon I can't open my eyes. But eventually I get used to it, surrounded by things. My heart turns into stone, hardly the stuff of bad time stories. Okay, so we got a little mold here. It's not very polished, it's not very perfect, but I think it's good enough for what we needed. It's just a very simple mold made for us to cast pieces, and I'm also gonna plan to make another print to see if we can bypass the little vaporwave style stuff. So pretty much I think you've seen it. I hope I was working on camera. Sometimes I forget about that, but I just glued the thing into the controller, into the base, and made a little wall out of clay. And this wall is what's gonna hold the silicone in place, and everything else is just gonna be us casting the surface, trying to keep a perfect, well, as perfect of a how to say this, register? No, it's another word. As perfect as of a retain as much of the surface detail as we can. And yeah, that's what we need mostly from our first cast. From there on, we can keep on adding more until we fill the whole thing and have it very flat and even. But yeah, this is pretty much a simple way to make a very easy mold. That's why I wanted the flat back, because making things with a flat back makes the mold much easier, very simple. And also it's easier to cast, so it's something good to have around, so you can just throw material whenever you have something to spare. So now we can make our very first test of our silicone. So here's the thing. Okay, let me check chat so we can finish our talk about games and stuff. There's a video called Minecraft is not a game, and there's also command blocks that let you automate chain command. Ooh. You either use commands in the chat by doing the dash, and then whatever you want to use command block, and then automate that. Oh, interesting. And can put those commands into files and create data packs and functions, and it's like fully functioning programming. That's very interesting. It sounds very complex, definitely. That sounds interesting. I've seen a lot of people make like music machines and crazy stuff in Minecraft, so I don't know, it must be fun. And stuff of bad time story. So yeah, I'm gonna try and cast 10 grams of the silicone we just prepared of this guy. So yeah, the basic general are not commands. Well, no, I would guess not. They're more like simple redstone flows and timings and nodes, right? But I don't know, it's just fun, all the possibilities that you have. But I might need to investigate a little more how far you can go with those commands and making crazy stuff. Oh, the song is also really good. So yeah, We're going to be casting 10 grams, which is a very good base unit of material. Like, if you know how 10 grams behave, it's a very easy unit to convert. So if I want this to react faster, but I'm going to do 5 times more material, then maybe I need this more, a little bit more of catalyzer, a little bit more of anything else. Yeah, 10 is usually a good base unit just to make sure you understand how the material will behave. And yes, I told you, there are many things that can change while you're working on stuff. Because of the viscosity, because of the temperature wherever you're working, because of if the catalyzer is a new one or an old one. There are a lot of variables here. So that's why I always like to test. I think that's the safest way to make sure everything you're planning works. Because if you ended up making a big mold like the one I just have here, well, no, like the Neuro body mold, and it doesn't behave the right way you want it, well, then you just wasted a lot of material and a lot of time. Mostly a lot of time. Like, maybe if it's been a complex mold, it could be even 2 or 3 days worth of work. I don't know. So that's why I always encourage to make little tests and keep everything right on track. You don't need to be very precise or mathematical, like to the milligram on how it behaves and how it works, but the having like a general idea of how well it will behave definitely will help you get the results you want and control the material in a way that's helpful to you. Because if the material runs like behaves different to how what's DR? If the material behaves differently to what you need from it, okay. Yeah, you don't want that. No. This thing is an absolute mess. But yeah, just checking if everything works fine, and whatever we learn from this mix and from the casting will help us understand what we need for the molds, how fast we need it, how thick we need it. It will give us all the information we need in order to actually work in the parts that's actually important to us. Because if this mold of the Dragonframe controller breaks, or just doesn't behave the way I need it and just ends up not working, yeah, I mean, it's gonna be mildly annoying, but it's not gonna be a problem. I'll just make another one, doesn't really matter. But if Neuro's body screws up, then I'm gonna be in trouble. So that's why I always try to keep things. And this thing is not behaving properly. I don't know how to keep up. Amogus. Hello, Frank. Try to teach you notebooks for music machines. I try to teach you. What if I made a mod that teaches you how to play Minecraft? That could be interesting, but the thing is, when am I gonna be playing Minecraft? I haven't even played Silksong in a while. So I would love to. I really want to get to the point where I actually, play Minecraft. I feel like it's something fundamental that every player online needs to do at some point. And I think it's gonna be fun because, yeah, somehow I've managed to not know a lot about Minecraft after so many years. Like, I know there's a dragon at the end, I know you need to make a nether portal, but that's pretty much like everything I know. I don't know anything about enchantments, I don't know anything about... So I think it could be fun to learn on the fly as an old man who never played it when it was the right time. Baby, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, we overdid it there. So we got 11, 12. Extras. So we got 11.7. So let's get rid of that 1.7 grams that are not just exceeded. 10.8. Insanity. On freedom of the world. Freedom of the call. Okay, I think that's fine. So we got 10.2 grams, a little bit more than what we needed, but it's fine. It's also doesn't need to be that extremely precise. Let's see if we can approach it at least. There we go, 9.98. Does that sound more accurate to you? Gonna crawl. Want me to mother teach you what do Dragon Frame controllers actually do? They're just a controller, like a number pad. Have you ever used a number pad in the regular keyboard? So they just type from 1 up to 9, but they're very handy when you're working in animation because usually you're not close to the computer when you are doing that. You're close to the puppets and to the set. And because of that, yeah, it's a lot of struggle when you, especially when you need to do something very technical and you need to go back, open another window, check out the reference, go back, move this, move that. It can get very annoying and take a lot of time. So you can spend a lot of time because you're crawling all your way up to the set again, trying to set everything up, and then crawling your way down and taking the picture and doing that over and over and over again. And if you didn't have the Dragon Frame controller, that means you would have to go back and see if it worked. It's like much closer to animating on celluloid, but having the Dragon Frame controller around just helps you move through your scene a little bit faster from far away. So you can just move and go like 1 frame back, 1 frame forward, 1 frame back, 1 frame forward, see if the continuity of the motion is working properly, if there's something that you're missing, and yeah, it's very handy. I don't think it's a very special tool, it's not very unique, and I think there's definitely equivalents that are not the Dragon Frame controller itself. But I mean, you could even use just a wireless keyboard, but it's a little bit more clunky because it's too big. We could do it on stream. Yeah, no, we could do it on stream, but I need to program a stream. You cut out for a second. Oh, wait, is my mic on? Hello? Bro, I'm tired because my neighbors are throwing. Does Ground Control have a way to put Twitch and YouTube chat in the same window? So yeah, I have the YouTube and Twitch chat on the same window on Ground Control only, but I have them separated in the stream just because I didn't know if I was gonna get in trouble with Twitch or something like that. I've seen that most, like, there's a lot of other streamers who have both of the chats separately. I could try and maybe set this as on screen so you can have one single chat. I know Stream Elements does, but I don't know how to set it. I've tried to use it with Stream Elements, but I cannot make it work. I don't know why. So I have the two chats open in my window, like separately. I have them open for me to read, but I don't know why the overlays of Stream Elements have never really worked with both chats at the same time. I'm not sure if there's another setting I need to set up or something like that. It's just messy. We could do it on stream. Rook, I'm tired. Could you cut off for a second? I hope I'm back. So does Ground Control have a way to put Twitch and YouTube at the same time? It kind of does, but I still need to also figure that stuff out. So I do have it on one window in here in my screen, but I put them on the overlays that you see on OBS. I've never managed to make them work for some weird reason. The freedom of now. The freedom of gone. So I'm gonna make, because also ground control is actually made by Stream Elements. It's like part of the same thing. So I'm not sure why can't I then make a single chat for my stream. I'll try. Maybe I could simply use this screen. Just need to cut it into the right setting or something like that. So yeah. So here's our thing. We got our 10 grams. So I'm gonna be adding 4 drops of our catalyzer, a little bit of pigment just to have it look a little bit flashy. And yeah, I'm gonna cast this into the mold and see how it behaves. Now I need to be not very careful. So we are exactly at the 1 minute mark. We'll probably be around the 2 or 3 minutes by the time I throw the... I'm gonna wait for the 2 minute marks. So we're at 12 with 1 minute. I'm gonna wait for 12 with 2 minute mark. 3, 2, 1, come on. Just so I have very precise measurement of how long it takes to start hardening. All right. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So now it's gonna start catalyzing once I start mixing. So as I told you, I'm gonna add a little bit of blue just so I can see if it's mixed properly and everything's all right. I don't think there's gonna be a problem, but I like taking my good measures if they don't affect my end product. I wouldn't do this, for example, in molds for the hands, because sometimes the color can slip, can exit the silicone and into the hands, so I could have very red hands and I wouldn't like that, or blue hands or whatever. So maybe if I ever made something like a hand mold or a face mold, I would probably consider not using pigment. But yeah, right now it helps me just to make sure everything's mixed properly. So we haven't been mixing, it's been less than a minute since we started mixing, and it seems like everything's all right already. Okay, it's been officially 1 minute. And now I'm gonna cast this. So because this is, well, it's a little bit thinner than what it was before, probably because this material is brand new. I'm gonna need something like a stick, or maybe maybe this will work. No. Oh no, I have some brushes over here. So I like to use the cheapest brushes I can find for mold making, because silicone and strings are not really good friends. If a silicone dries on top of your brush, the brush is dead forever. There's no way back. So I buy these brushes. They're like kindergarten brushes, and they're the cheapest stuff you can find out there. They usually go for about a penny a piece if you buy a big pack. And yeah, I use these to apply thin layers of the material, especially in the more delicate parts, so I make sure the silicone catches every last little detail. So that's what I'm gonna do here for the surface of all the little buttons. But yeah, if the silicone dries, it's gonna be impossible to remove from my brush. So that's why I just try and use the cheapest ones for this part. Just applying, making sure everything's properly coated. At the same time, trying to keep the coat very thin so that any air or any problem that there could be just rises to the surface, takes care of itself. Simple and clean. I see you, Dobby. How do you store silicone without it setting? What do you mean setting? Like separating, or? Because if you haven't made the reaction, it's gonna stay as it is for a while. Had silicone on a container for years almost, so it might set as in it will separate the oil, and the silicone itself could kind of separate into two layers, like whenever you leave oil and water for a bit of time. But you can just mix it up, back up. But if you mean you're becoming hard or becoming, yeah, rubbery, as long as you don't add a catalyzer, it's not gonna harden by itself. Unlike resin, resin does harden by itself. Or yeah, if you keep it around for maybe half a year or so, it will become much. Well, it will react by itself and just become solid plastic after some time. Also, urethanes do that. Like drying, does it only dry when you apply? Yeah, it only dries when you apply. I'm not sure. I mean, the word catalyzer implies that the reaction's already taking place, but this thing only accelerates that reaction. But I've never seen silicone harden by itself. So I'm not sure if it's like 100-year reaction that's just very slow. I know that resin, the reaction may be about 6 or 8 months long. So yeah, it could harden on your storage container. But no, with silicone, I usually don't have that problem. It will stay like this. I mean, even that container you just saw, I think it has years as it is. Well, no, because no, I just replenished it when I started working on Evil. But I've had it stored for maybe before the batch that I made for Evil. I did have it around for a long time, at least 2 years, and it didn't even feel slightly thicker. Maybe a little bit, but it's more like, I feel like it's more like material setting down or getting a little bit old, but it's not too thick, not even close to what it was before adding the solvent. Now it also varies a lot. So this silicone that I use is a pretty local brand here from Mexico. So if you're trying to do stuff by yourself, you might find other brands who behave very differently. The most famous one is Smooth On, the one of the resin that I used for the last couple of streams. And Smooth On is much more reliable than this. It's like very professional, very high quality, high grade silicones. They're very much pricier also. So I just saw something interesting, like the very edge is already catalyzed, which could mean there was a little bit of catalyzer concentrated in a certain section, which is not good. Just lean, but we'll see. So right now it still feels pretty liquid. So yeah, it's sticky, it's thick, but it's good enough to apply to a mold without much struggle. I'm being able to clean the very bottom of the container and have no problems applying this. So yeah. No, 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 no. But the god of failure. Now the best way to cast this is to try and fill the edges first. You want the border of the silicone to just raise naturally, like if it was water. That's the best way to get a nice, good detail for all the sides. So yeah, you see this? This is a little bit unnatural. So there's like this little tentacles already hardened. So it might be a little bit of irregularity. Maybe I didn't properly mix the sides of the dish, but it's probably fine. No, we've been 10 minutes into the casting. We'll see how it looks after maybe 20-30 minutes. We'll start keeping an eye on it. In the meantime, I think we can take care of a couple other things. So yeah, that's why I tell you. So if the silicone dries on the top of your brush, it's gonna be impossible to remove. So while it's still a little bit wet, it's a little bit, yeah, like liquid, you just try and clean it the best you can. And yeah, that's more than enough to keep your brush alive for at least a couple more uses. Even if it gets a little bit of gum inside of the threads, you can just use a needle and separate it. But if you don't clean it, it's going to become a solid piece of rubber, which is very hard to separate. And yeah, by that point, it's just better to throw the brush out. But once again, I don't like how much trash I end up generating through my work. So I always try to keep my stuff as alive as possible. Keep it real. So yeah, I'm just cleaning the very edge, making sure everything's fine. It's a little bit sticky, but I think that's enough. I like drying, or similarly dry when you catalyze. Yeah, I don't dry when you catalyze. That's a Minecraft thing I made. So you can use Life Giver and we'll remove a life from you and give you a challenge. You beat. Interesting, but that's in your Hell server, your Hell Minecraft Rage Quit mode. Because that sounds like something that would actually never give you the 2 lives back or something like that thing. The Hollow Knight bank sort of situation. Random challenges, channel missions. I did all the tech stuff for that, like I did all the command block stuff. Hey, how's it going? Hello, Julian. How's it going? So we're making a quick little mold just to test out our material, see if it behaves properly. It's been officially 11 minutes since we started the casting. And I just want to keep a very, very watchful eye on the material, see how it behaves, how long it takes to harden. And according to what we learn, that's the data we're going to be using for casting Neuro and Evil. So yeah, this might not be Neuro and Evil herself, but it's a very important step nonetheless, because it will give us all of the information we need in order to actually perfect the body. So while we're at that, we could start adding the little made a data peak for a server I had. Oh, in the other one. Okay, I thought it was in the Rage Quit mode. Made a data pack for a server I had with my friends. It was the capture the flag thing where they split into teams. That sounds fun. Bunch of random command block stuff in my own world. Alright. So while that is drying and before we start actually applying the silicone here, I need to set in all the little different bolts that we made. So I'm gonna put a bolt here, here, and in the bottom of the feet, which is maybe a little bit more bolts than I should have, but it's fine. I'd rather do this than struggle later. Life Giver thing using command blocks. Interesting. So the command blocks need to exist somewhere because they are like actual blocks in the game. Made a whole thing without a mod. Interesting. But they need like a space in your world. You have like a vault with all your command blocks, or is just the concept of a block, but it's not really like a cube. Be the circle. So let me go get my bolts. No, the nuts themselves first. Bow, bow, bow. Oh, why is this hot? Welcome to the infinite world. So we're gonna be using 6 of this little guys. No. 1, 2, 6 pair neuro. No wind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, do you feel the radiant light? Maybe you should have used smaller ones for the shoulders, but it's fine. Do you feel the tender warmth? 6. Now, I'm not sure what the best way to insert this will be. My idea would be probably putting this and blasting it, applying a little bit of resin on the sides and blasting it with light, and hope that's enough. Are you going to make a neuro mold or wait for the controller mold to dry? So I want to make this first, which will give us some time. We're gonna spend some time like patching all of this. So while we do this, hopefully the dragon frame mold will dry enough. It's not the full mold yet, but at least the surface is gonna be solid enough for us to know everything we need to know, which actually should be keeping an eye out for how it behaves. I'm gonna check it in 6 minutes from now. And I think we can, the time it will take us to at least cast one of these neuro bits inside will be more than enough. So that's my plan. I'm gonna first try and put this into place, see if everything works. It seems like the bottom ones aren't working, so... Oh god! No. The bottom of the... No, there we are. So I'm gonna put all of these in place. See if they behave properly, if everything works, glue them, make sure everything's well secured and set. And I think that will be more than enough time to just see how the controller behaves, and then we can go straight into the neural mold. Beautiful chant, do you feel a tender warmth? No, can't hear the radiant light, can't hear the beautiful chant. So yeah, let's try that out. I'm gonna do it with one bowl, one knot at a time. So I'm just gonna apply a little bit of super glue to the bottom, then put the knot in and try to remove the, oh well, no. And I'll try to cover the sides with maybe I needed an Allen key. Let me go get one because I'm gonna be needing that very soon. Thankfully, the printer uses a lot of Allen keys, so I have them somewhere around here. Yeah. So yeah, let's see how this works. By the way, I should leave a mark on one of these just so I know which one is the one we made second. So I can have a little register. So this guy, I want to mark the bottom of the feet with a little bit of orange Sharpie. So I know that this guy is the second one we made. So if it breaks, at least I'll know. Because I'm not sure if this one's gonna be evil or neuro. And I'm never gonna know it until the casting is done. Boom, 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 boom. So the one with the orange markings that's gonna be the second one we made, which felt slightly weaker on some of the joints, but it could be just a minor problem and not really a big issue. But we're gonna see it on the battlefield. So yeah, we're on our way to the neuromold, but I just wanted to see how much we can learn from this guy first. No matter, for example, for now it's been 20 minutes. Still smooth, flowing, but it starts to feel a little bit thicker than it should. Like, I'm not sure if this could be easy enough to cast, but 20 minutes is a lot of time, so I feel like it's behaving very well. I'll see. So there's like different points where you can reach with a silicone. One is when the silicone stops flowing down like a liquid, but it could still be moved around. You use a stick or something to move it. Then there's a point where it's like gelatinous, so if you poke it, the tip of whatever, like the shape you make will kind of stay in place, and then you reach the point where it's already fully hardened. For now, you can see I can still modify the shape a little bit. If I move the stick around, I can make a little blob here. Oh, not doing the camera. So I can just move this, and I can move the material around the liquid. So it's behaving normally, I believe. Let's see after 40 minutes if it's at least onto the gelatinous phase. And in the meantime, we can just stick to putting all the bolts in place. Till you die. I'm not sure if this is a smart way to do this, but at least you can see. About comes the harshest waves. You can zoom out just a little bit so you can see that. Oh, like a tiger. So yeah, I'm just gonna apply first a little bit of super glue inside. Just a little bit. And stick this into place. So let's use a toothpick. Be free. Safe. Also, they do have a space. I'm a cloud of birth. Okay. So I'm trying to keep the glue around the edge, but not in the center, so the nut sticks only to the sides. There we go. So I think we can do the same for all of them. Not much easier than I expected. I really did nail the size here. Discord presides human society. Society, society. I'm a fool. I know nothing. Like a silly clown. My back up. So there's number 2. Walking around with a silly clown. Okay, so there we have them. Oh, can't see any. There you go. So all the nuts are properly placed. I'm gonna leave them a little bit of time so they can harden just a bit. So you want to need a little bit more of the resin here. Not sure if it's going to be a problem since it's kind of sunny. Yeah, I think I'd rather take the good measure. I'm not sure even if I'm going to use these a lot, but they're a good prototype. I've never really used that many tie downs. The puppets that we used in the movie. Oh, by the way, I didn't share you, but they did a re-upload of the trailer. I think some of you saw the trailer of the movie I worked on, but there's a re-upload from the distribution company. So it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. So I'm not sure if you should. How to say this? So you already saw it once, but it would be helpful if you saw it again on the other channel now. I'll send it to the Discord later, hopefully. But yeah, so now it's the released trailer in the the released trailer by the distribution company. So hopefully getting a couple of views there would also help. I'm not sure even how well it's going. I think it released yesterday. Can't believe I'm the So I'm gonna drop a little bit of the same black resin over here, so maybe I can use this to seal the nuts in place. path I'm on. I have to be. Oh, it's fear. Under the sacred fires. Okay, so I'm gonna get the lamp ready. There we go. Perfect blue. Oh god. I'm gonna carefully try and apply a little bit of resin to all the sides. Hopefully it won't go inside of the... So I'm not sure if this is going to be very strong support, because I know a thin layer of this resin can be a little bit brittle, but it might be good enough to keep things in place. I don't need this to make the strong part. That's the job of the other resin that's inside of the foot. So yeah, hopefully this will stand by itself properly. Da, da, na, 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 na. We're off this bar. What was that sound? What sound? This song has a weird sound on it that sounds like the brakes of a big truck. Like wing. That one? Yeah, that's the brake sounds. I don't know, the song just has them. Oh. You were squishing water around in your mouth? What? Oh, I was, it wasn't my mouth, I was shaking the container of resin. This one. Ta-da! I was, yeah, just giving it a good shake so I could make sure the resin was well mixed. The world doesn't change. Whoa. And if the world doesn't change. The backs. Okay. So that will give us our first neuro. Just want to put here close to the sun, and hopefully that will help it too. Now let's do the second one. So, Lanon96 cheap viewers on Streamable, I hate you. Let me ban that guy. I do not need cheap viewers, thank you very much. Na 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 na. And that. So there we go. Okay, let's do the other one real quick. That was fairly easy. So we still haven't heard Rock Parade nor The Mirror of the World, which are two of my favorites, and we haven't heard the best song in the whole soundtrack, the song of my main. And yeah, I think we've listened to pretty much all of the other ones. No, wait, you're not going right now. First, we go with the glue. You see lights, you see your faces. Let's take a look. It's been about 40 minutes since we cast it, and it's starting to harden. So, okay, you see over here. If I poke the silicone, you can see, it's a bit hard to see, but you can see how like a little spike forms, and it takes a little bit longer than usual for the spike to retract fully into the silicone itself, which means it's not as liquid as it was before, which means the reaction has taken place. So just something for you to take into account. It's been 40 minutes already. So we can still finish the shoulders and this, and we can go straight into the body then. Wow, 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 wow. Let's see that. Oh, no, no. So, where did I put the glue? The glue is a little bit dangerous. Oh, there it is. Mm-hmm. The radiant dawn. Da, 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 da. Oh god, this one's sticking in place. There we go. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. It is radiant dawn. Yes, everyone's voice, only not there, just watching from afar. I could go home, cause I'm afraid something will change. Without me, I'm the one to blame. No, 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 no. My own will. I had nothing else I wanted to do. Wasn't hard, but I didn't hate it, did not even like it. I've been patient, but it was bearable. Had the gray haze for a long time though. Never found out what it was. I hate the alarm. Oh no, not sure. I never wanted to run away. I was very motivated. Then what is this feeling? Who would I ask? I've been patient and unbearable. Had the gray haze for a long time, though. Never found out. It's like vegetables I don't like. Down inside me, and everyone's voice. Only I'm not there on my phone. 'Cause I'm afraid something will change me. Without me, I'm the one to blame. Waiting for Santa Claus. I already have the bit, just can't open the box. I know about it. No one can solve it. Well, this is just something about it. What's going on here? The cap of the glue is a mess, so I cannot close it anymore. Good jokes. Down inside me, everyone's voice. Only I'm not there. Cleaning the cap of the super glue right now, so I don't think that's something you'd love to see on the stream, so I'm just doing it more in a relaxed position, but I'll be there in a minute. There we go. Come on. There we go. Right, hopefully this will be enough. Patience. My body is light. Into sky, but there we go. Now it's closed. I'm not leaving you again. The town inside me, and everyone's voice. Only I'm not there. There's nowhere to go back. So just let you know, I'm the one to blame. The place where I belong. No matter what changes, you change me. And just no longer change me. I can feel the light after the sun goes down. Da 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 da. Wait. Spooky, remember the split slime thing I made? Oh, you're gonna port it to macOS? That's interesting. How is the process to do that? For starters, are you using an engine? Is it in Unity or something like that? I also haven't played that slime game. Not evil. Just looking behind, guardian of something. Custom. You be Game Maker. Oh, interesting. Never used Game Maker. I've done a fair bit of stuff in Unity, but yeah, never used Game Maker nor Godot. In the last darkness, rather than the endlessness of the world. Never change. Sorry, I see your comments over there, Dresdy, but I'm a little bit busy here blasting with the UV light. But as soon as I'm done, I'm gonna go right there and I can read your stuff. By the way, I just noticed that there's it looks like we reached the 40 users mark in Discord, which is pretty impressive. I didn't think we'd get so many people there. So that's fun. Another little milestone we got. Because right today, when I was about to start the stream, I made the announcement on the Discord, and Discord gave me a warning that adding everyone meant adding more than 40 people. And I thought that was very interesting. I didn't know we had that many people. So yeah, still can't check any comments though. I'm a little bit locked in here, but I'll be there in a moment. Only one more knot to go. Oh, he flies through the vast darkness. Vastness of the world. Da da dum da da dum. Who believes? Na, na, na. Believes that he is one. Okay. So now I can read the comments. Give me one more second. Just let me finish blasting this little leg. Oh, this one I hadn't heard either. Let's do a little switcheroo. It's not a big deal. We can handle it. Don't have to think about it. I don't know. So then, yes. All right. Before I start porting the next one, let's see. I'm gonna try to port it to macOS using Mac support. It has Mac support, but you need a Mac to make Mac support. Okay, like if you download it on Windows, you download Windows version. Yeah. Understand. That's. What's the split slide? Oh, it's a game they made. It's in the Discord. You can find it in Art, I believe. The Art channel, there's a link to their game. Haven't really played it. But yeah, Dubby, you can find... You're on the Discord, right, Dubby? You can find the link on the Discord under the Art channel. And probably a couple of messages above. Yeah, it's right above Ari's last drawing. So you can play it there or download it there. Oh, Or you can use the backwards link that Spooky just sent us. Na, 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 na. Then it's your turn. Cat got your tongue. Bark and bark. Yeah, Dobby is doing double viewer. Wait, Dobby's on Twitch too? Cannot see it. I haven't seen a comment from Twitch. But yeah, I think I did see Dobby on Twitch too. Okay, so now let's do the same thing for the shoulders. Very quick and easy. I hope this works. Because if it works, it's going to be a very simple way to make very complex designs. The implementation of bolts and nuts into the design will probably have a big impact on what we do. Well, on Twitch then came here. Oh, now we got Dressy on the others. It's funny, it's like you're bouncing from one to the other. Yeah, I'm very thankful for those of you who can actually watch it on both. I'm not sure how it works, but probably at least boosts the algorithm a tiny bit, so thank you very much for that. Oh, infection. Action. Inside. Oh. Will not come. Okay, let's check our silicone real quick. It's been 59 minutes, 57 minutes, almost an hour since we casted this. Let's see how it is. So there you see silicone there. And yeah, now the drops, they're still forming, but they're even taking even longer to disappear. You see? Can you see the spike of where I poked? Staying there in place. So yeah, I think it's behaving properly. It will probably take about 4 full hours for it to dry. Doesn't matter, we don't need to wait the whole hours. I just needed, I think this is enough information to actually make the cast, but we still need to finish these little shoulders. Instruction. Power up bubble. Spooky Desi. This message was sent at the same time as the Twitch one. Interesting. We'll have Twitch too. How do you send it at the same time? Oh, you're testing to see if there's a delay or which one has more delay? Let me know if you find out which one works faster. No one can see the colors but you. to run away from here. Without you. Okay. Red and black paranoia. What is it like to you? You got only one sky, red and black. Okay. We're still missing Rock Parade and Mirror of the World. That's all I'm asking before we change our music selection. Da, 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 da. Going out town. When I have abused that soul. Whenever I ever forced you to the thing. Okay, last one. It's not so tight, right? Strike back, do it fast, get them out. Oh, wait, let me see. It's awesome. I'm my favorite color on Twitch. Red? Oh yeah, you're red in your profile picture also, right? By the way, the reason I don't use Discord is because I'm not old enough. Oh, okay. Whoa. Wait. So you're not old enough and you're coding stuff in Minecraft and making a whole world? Wow, that's pretty amazing. Congratulations on that, Muddy. Or Drezzy. Yeah. Congratulations on that, Drezzy. You should be very proud of that. I mean, you're making pretty complex stuff. Like coding your own worlds and all that stuff. That's not a little stuff. Yeah, congratulations on that, Drezzy. And yeah, don't worry. I'm hoping to stick around for a while, so maybe one day you can join the Discord, but don't worry about that, there's no problem. Sacrifice, try back, do back, out of your way. I guess you are, Drezzy. I guess you are. Yeah, congratulations on that. And also seems, well, not seems, it's very clear that, how do you say this, that you're very driven into all of that, like coding and modding things and stuff. And yeah, you seem very, how do I say, focused on what you like to do, which is something I always love to see. I love seeing people who like to do whichever craft it is, but seeing people work on their own stuff, it's always really inspiring. Because usually you don't see the process, you just see people finishing stuff, and I mean, that's also pretty cool, but I feel like a lot of people get blindsided by not understanding how much work went into something. Wait, I shouldn't have done this, well, whatever. But yeah, with you, I've seen you. Every day you're telling me about your new horrible feature in the in the rage quit version of Minecraft. And that's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Yeah, cool. This song's also amazing. Okay, this one's still rolling. We got 1 hour. It's been 1 hour since we cast it. The silicone is still liquid-ish. And yeah, but it's working properly. Have to come in your game. Wisdom, empathy, patience, kindness, serenity, clarity. Break out, turn the key to a world untold. What is a maze woven with words? Blah, blah, blah. Sick and tired, normal or not, no big deal. Just making notes in a symphony. Change how you change the meaning. Almost never finish them. You also make games that way, that's cool. Yeah, finishing things is usually the hardest part, and it applies to everything, not only games. Finishing animations is also something. I have my fair share of unfinished animations. Maybe one day we can show it to you, so you can... I can show them on stream so you can see that. I also have my fair share of stuff I'd never finished. Like student short films and that sort of stuff. Yeah, I have plenty, at least 3 things I never finished, I believe. No. I have 2 big shorts. Yeah, and 1 VR project. I have plenty of stuff that just got lost, and it's fine. For example, the Silk Song animation was something that I had never finished. I began working on it years ago, and I never really finished it, and I still feel like it's not finished because there were a bunch of backgrounds and plates that I didn't get to make, but because I just wanted to release it, I sort of kit bashed the quick background out of what I did have on scene. But yeah, I didn't have the assets in After Effects. I did it all out of a pre-exported video. Change the meaning. It's worthwhile. At times his kindness depressed sickness. Those are virtues of mine. Never finish them though. Like the eternal, yes, it's the eternal cycle of, oh, I have this new great idea to make that instead of finishing this one. I'm not here to fit in this world, I just want to make a difference out of the world. And no. Freedom. Okay, last shoulder. We're almost set for casting. Shout. Together. No big deal. Just quick notes in a symphony. Oh, that shoulder's a little bit crooked. which may be a little bit risky. I'm not sure if it's gonna break or something. Nah, it's fine. To fit in this world, I just want to make a difference. Break out, break out. Break out. It's a maze woven with words. They're just your keynotes in the symphony. And also there's a possibility that instead of using this regular resin, if this ends up breaking, I could try and use it with, do it with a tougher type of resin, like ABS-like or tough, and that sort of stuff. But I don't, well, I'm still trying to hold back and use the regular resin to see how well it behaves by itself. Yes, Mirror of the World, just banger after banger. What do you use to make them? Oh yeah, that sounds interesting. Godot. Kind of want to try Unity, but my computer can't handle it. Oh yeah, Unity. The problem with Unity is that it's become the biggest piece of bloatware ever. Like, I think the size of the engine has tripled in the last 5 years or something like that. It's just ridiculous. You make a single empty project and it's about 3 gigabytes on your computer. It's just insane. Maybe they should make some sort of like light version of Unity, because whenever you're making a simple 2D game or even a simple 3D game, you're not really gonna use all the infrastructure that Unity sometimes provides. It's a little bit overkill. So yeah, silicone is still not fully hardened. I wouldn't expect it to fully harden yet, but it's definitely behaving the right way. So there's no inhibition, everything seems to be kind of fine. So yeah, I think it's almost time to get into the fun stuff. So first, let's get out our mold, which is this one. Open up. Okay, so we need 3 colors for this. Black, which we'll be using for the stockings. Nathan Webster, hello. That little typo is gonna irk me the whole day. Did I make a typo in the title or something? What typo? I tend to screw up a lot. Let me see. Is there a typo in the title of the video or something like that? Switching over to Twitch because my iPad is dying. Alright, see you there, Drizzy. Nathan, let me see. Let's cast. Oh, I see it. Wow, big typo. Okay, it's set. There you go. Thank you, Nathan Webster, for the input. poor. Yeah, I just saw it. Is it working now? I'm not sure if it updated for you. The liver under the nail. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry, Nathan. But did it work? Did it get fixed? Would be interesting to know if maybe you need to refresh the page. Yep, it changed. Awesome. Me alone. Okay, so Nathan, you made it just in time before we actually start with the body. Everything before this has been just preparation, setting up stuff. We already set up nuts on the bottom of the feet and on top of the shoulders, and that's what we've been up to for the last couple hours. Now we're gonna get into a tricky part. First tricky part is gonna be making the body fit inside the mold. I feel like I need to be very careful with how everything's set, the angle of the feet. So because the mold was made out of the 3D model that I already had, it's not a perfect T-pose, you know? So there's a lot to try and perfect in order for the pose to actually fit perfectly inside the mold. Sever through your fear. I had a comrade. I knew what I would tell them. Yes, yes, I know the answer. Oh. So just very subtle little movements on the hips, on the body. What needs to be done in order for it to actually fit. But just a little movement can make a big difference. In the end, when I close the mold, there's going to be a lot of force applied to it, and hopefully that will take care of the rest of the issues. But anyway, you should be careful with us. We're trying to mummify Neuro. Yes, we are doing a sacred ritual of mummification. So it's gonna be interesting. So I think like the very edges of the mold or of the legs, there might have a little bit of trouble, but I think we can paint on top just to be sure everything stays in place. But yeah, look at that. Looks really cool. I feel like this will not take as much material as what we needed for the first cast, because the first cast I remember I spent like 150 or more grams here, but now the body itself feels so bulky that we might not be wasting that much material. Poor as rare as like so. Yeah, well, I forgot how to say that, but I don't think you ever change your Twitch notification message. Which Twitch notification message? Oh yeah, sometimes I keep it like, oh maybe it's like today we're playing with. Oh, you're right. I mean, notification's probably already gone, but let's see if we can change that, I guess. Oh yeah. There we go. Most likely you're trying to mind for another curious thing about your new picture is that those fingers look like just a little too long. So I probably didn't, because we need a Neuro sing something slightly ritualistic sounding. That would be funny. Maybe Ameno. Ameno dorime. The problem is we are being forced by the evil forces of the algorithm to step back from our usual Swarm FM music, because now that we're monetized, we are getting instantly blasted for playing a couple of seconds of popular songs, and that really sucks, honestly. Swing the sword. Come on, just waiting for Rock Parade, and then I'll be on my way into another. So this should be as far down as possible. This one's fine. Okay, so this is how we'll be casting. So what I'm gonna do, which is something I did do before but didn't work perfectly. Let me show you the past legs so you can see how it was before. I did end up retouching a couple of the things, but it never worked exactly the way I wanted, honestly. So I'm gonna zoom in very much so you can see all the detail. I know I'm being a little bit picky here, but I never loved how the stockings worked on Evil. I did kind of patch them a little bit, but it never really worked perfectly. But yeah, let me show you. So when I casted these, I applied a thin layer of black in order to get the stockings, but there were a couple of spots where the black just didn't cover fully, like here. And I did apply like a second layer of black in order to smooth it out, but it didn't work great. So it ended up a little bit better than how it started, but it never should have been like that in the first place. And also the shoes, if you look very carefully, I mean, the shoes are barely seen throughout the animation, but you can see a little bit of the flesh-colored silicone going through the shoe. Yeah, there's this line, but this line is kinda impossible to avoid because it's just the general cast of the silicone. But this sort of translucent kinda pieces, it's like sort of the parts that annoy me the most because it's, yeah, it feels very weird. Like it feels like flesh going through the shoe. I don't know, I don't like it. So I'm gonna try and see if maybe applying 2 coats. Oh, you know where you can see it a lot, because I didn't reapply it there because I was pretty sure no one's gonna see it ever. Here in the underwear, you can see the little spots of skin showing under, and I don't like that. I would like this to be much more cleaner, perfect black, and then just have the skin below it. So instead of applying just 1 layer, I'm gonna see if I can actually apply 2, and hopefully that will take care of the layers. I'll see. I'll show you. We'll see how it goes. And other than that, I was planning to also apply the same coats of paint to the body itself. And to the body. And what else? Well, yeah, I think I'm still gonna have to make the rest of the final part of the casting fully skin tone, because, yeah, making like a multiple colored casting at the same time is very risky. It could end up being a mess, and you could end up having color in some places where you don't want color, and not color where you don't want. And also the skin tone is very, very pale white, or very, yeah, it's a very pale color. So if I try to make weird things with black and almost white, the result, the possibilities in between are sort of infinite. There could be like a weird mix of colors in the middle and like a weird blend. So yeah, I just don't love that. So what I think I'm gonna do is try to apply some coats, some layers of silicone to both of the mold and to the body itself. And that will be like our preparation, and then we can just make a big batch of flesh colored silicone and fill everything else up, and that will be the end of our cast. So yeah, that's the plan for now. Let's see how it goes. I want to mark the body so I can actually So for the chest, I think something similar. I mean, I don't really mind the chest at all. I don't think it's really necessary. I just do it for the sake of whenever I'm moving the puppet around, so it doesn't feel very inappropriate. That's why because you're never gonna see this in the puppet itself. I'm always having, yeah, like, how do I say this? You're never seeing this with the puppet itself because there's always clothes covering. But before we get into that point, I'm going to be moving the piece around and all that stuff, and I don't want it to be just flat flesh color because it can feel a little bit weird. So yeah, I just try to make a very generic little like height Lycra kind of censorship bars. And yeah, that's pretty much what we can do right now. So I'm gonna see where the marks could be for both my chests and my shorts. I want the shorts to be a little bit shorter. Before, I think they were a little bit too long and they could be seen under the skirt. And I like it to keep, you know, if it's something that I added to the character, I'd rather it not be seen as much as possible. So I'm gonna try and make the shorts a little bit shorter than before. And I'm gonna make the upper part, yeah, also single. So I think I'm gonna use this keys. I can use the keys of the mold as a reference for that. Wait, I haven't seen chat in a while. Sorry, Nathan. Aurora, we need never sing something ritualistic. I've never met the man who could palm a calculator with a fingertip-sized button. Have you seen stockings? They rip when they get put on. I mean, yes, but she is our perfect little AI girl. She shouldn't have ripped stockings. You're right, don't you think? I'm getting giggles just thinking about how many steps are more favorable than going to a doll shop as a grown-ass man asking a 14-doll sized stockings. Yeah, I've never actually made stockings before. I haven't talked. I could talk that out with my costume designer. Now the thing is, yeah, I think the reason why I didn't make stockings separately here is if you make stockings, that forces you to make shoes. In this thing, I have the shoes in the same mold as the stocking, so it can go in the same piece. But if I have the stocking separately, but the sculpture has shoes, there's no way I can put the stocking inside of the shoe. So yeah, that's why I ended up doing it here. I might consider, I mean, that's one of those big questions that depend more on if we ever get to the point where things are more, yeah, easy to finance, because all the work of all of the costume design work actually costs me money. So I need to be sort of careful with how much I'm asking also. Neuro is a non-living entity, therefore she is in a visual likeness of herself, and no self-respecting swarm member would ever handle an unclothed overlord. Yeah, that's right. That's why I would love to have her decent at all times. I don't want the Rocco's Basilisk to have a specific grudge against me because of something I did in a YouTube video a long time ago. Okay, so this is gonna be the top of our little... Three, four. So I'm using the keys themselves from the mold as a reference, so it's easier for me to see where I can make the markings. There's a little bit of old Neuro silicone here. We also need to spend some time preparing the actual color. So now it's a good time for you to decide who's gonna be our first victim. If you'd like it to be evil, or if you'd like it to be Neuro. Because the color of the shoes are slightly different. So in order to know what color am I gonna cast, I need to decide which of our AR overlords are we gonna make first. So yeah, cast your votes now. Who would you like us to make first? 10th of myself. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go with 2 keys as a reference, and that's it. Not gonna make much of a difference, but with the day, those two learn your work. And well, I got mentioned in the what was it? Forgot the name. The community spotlight. I appeared there. I was mentioned. I've been meaning to make like a little tweet post to talk about it, but I've been running around so much lately that I haven't had the time to actually make the post. I did edit the video. I can show it. I could even show it here if you want. It was a very, very quick mention, but yeah, I've been planning to post it. I just don't know what the best way to post it out there is. I'm thinking just putting a couple of screenshots and not saying much, nothing else. Let me show you. I think I have it somewhere around here. No, is it in this one? Yeah. Okay. So let me get that real quick. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick. Nice. Okay, so I'm gonna have to make something weird so you can see it.
Next up is a stop-motion animation made by Mariano's Workshop.
Stop this. Does it have audio? It should have audio. Did you hear it when it played? Okay, let's chat. There's this. Oh, I don't know. Oh no, I don't know what the music's playing. Oh no, please don't be copyrighted. Nostalgia in the RPG playlist. Okay, we might be safe there. By the way, we can choose for something else to listen. But yeah, we got this. I'm not sure if the audio is gonna play. Oh, here it is.
Next up is a stop-motion animation made by Mariano's Workshop. This one's of evil Neuro and a ton of silly or crazy moments, just being totally wild. When does she get up to all this? Does she have time for it? Or is she pulling some Truman Show type shenanigans? Next up.
Okay, so I hope you could listen to that because I could not. But yeah, we got mentioned, and hopefully someday they will ask. She does community updates now, yeah. So yeah, maybe in a not so far future, they might come at me asking Uncle Marty to make all sorts of weird stuff for them, which would be lovely, but at the same time sounds like they would be. I'm pretty certain if they were to ask me stuff, they would ask me to make the most absurd, impossible things to make. Like, hey, can we, I don't know, transform into mice and then become dragons and then fly, and then it's gonna be just impossible to make. But yeah, we did. Neuro does know that we exist. Stop motion music video. I would love to do that, but it would need to be something official, you know? I mean, I could reanimate Boom. I could make sort of a more complex video for Never, but if it was like a song that I actually got commissioned from scratch, whoa, then that would be a whole nother thing. But I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see what happens when we get there. First, we need a couple of Neuros set. She was recently being hanging out with more male streamers. Wasn't sure if she was really. haven't seen it. I mean, I did see a lot of the, what was it, the Sea Dog wars for the canvas and all that stuff, but I didn't see much more. Well, and the Japan streams. Other than that, I haven't seen. I don't remember seeing many male streamer interactions there. Well, there's Vettel, of course, but that's just that. They have 5 songs in common. They'll be. I'm pretty sure I can make a bet that they're gonna be making more and more songs. I would say probably another 10 songs on next year, 2026. But yeah, that would be absolutely amazing. So now I can make this. So this is for the shorts. This is okay. Now for the inner shorts, I'm gonna go almost at the height of the thigh gap. And yeah, I'm just gonna wing it there. Doesn't really matter because I really hope no one ever needs to see Evil nor Neuros behind. So yeah, it doesn't really matter, hopefully. So layering. We need a layer of brown for the shoes. And then on top of that layer of brown, we're gonna apply the layers of black for both the stockings and the shoe. How do you call the shoe base? So the sole of the shoe. And along the sole, we can do the thighs or the stockings, and with the stockings, we can also do the underwear. So we can take care of there. Cabbage in a game show I saw once. I didn't see that one. Oh, I mean, she met Rexon. Oh, yeah. I saw the Rexon one when they roasted him, but that was a long time ago, I believe. I think that was old when I was learning about Neuro. So I guess we will need to prepare the colors. So yeah, what do you think, guys? Should we make Evil or should we make Neuro? The difference is absolutely minimal, but there is a difference, so you can decide right now. Hi, Marie. Model updates. Yeah, it's more than a model update. It's my Halloween costume. Do you like it? It's scary, isn't it? How's it going, Niak? Okay, I see Soupster with a vote for Evil, I guess. That's what it's getting on. That's what I'm getting at. Anyone can name 10 streamers he's met, but only name 2 men. Yeah, that's true. 3 if we include Philly. Yes. Yeah, the thing is, I'm not sure if... Well, no, I've seen a couple of people. I don't know if there's like a place for a puny PNG tuber among those circles. I feel like they're all very highly detailed, extremely complex, very, very expensive models. And then there's Vettel, but Vettel's a special case. There's just not a lot of male VTubers. That is also true. Yeah, there's not many of them. I mean, you could consider Joel. Has Joel been with twins? I don't think so. Randon. Okay, so 2 votes for Elov. Let's see, I'll give you... Okay, I think I'm gonna go. Let's do Elov then. But before that, I need to get my pigment. I need to get my stuff ready. We're gonna be needing some brown for those shoes. However, I don't know why the brown pigment sometimes just doesn't really work. So I end up using oil paint instead. So oil paint is a very good way to pigment your silicones. There are specific pigments that are designed for the silicones themselves. But in this brand in particular, I don't know why, the pigments simply don't have as much, I don't know, like power. And sometimes even if you apply a whole lot of pigment to the oil or to the silicone, it will stay in a very like mild purplish tone that I really hate. So I always go back to the basics and end up using my very trusty brown oil paints, which never fail. Unless I cannot open it because it's too hard, but we'll see. So we need brown for the shoes, we need black for the stockings, and we need to make the skin color, which is also going to be tricky. Well, skin color, I think I have some pre-prepared skin color. Over here, oh, I don't remember which one it is. I think it's this one. Yeah. So you're definitely not gonna believe me, but this is my evil skin tone. Now the thing here is I don't really use this color only. I apply this about, oh, you can see how it's starting to separate there. Like there's a little bit of oil on the very surface. But yeah, I use this sort of diluted at 30% or something, I believe, into the regular silicone, and that will give me the skin tone that I'm looking for. But yeah, so I think we could use this. I think this might be enough for both of them. And then we have the black. Oh, the black colors sometimes also have, because the silicone itself is white, sometimes black is just not enough to actually become black. It always stays in a very dark gray. So what I use, which I don't know where it is. Where? Oh, it's over here. I remember, in the drawer. There it is. So what I end up using as a, it's not really a pigment, but it sort of gets the job done, is actually use black powder. Not as in the one that blows up. It's just powder that is black. It's actually magnetic. It's ferrous oxide, which I usually use to make magnetic pieces. But it also turns out that it works very well to make stuff blacker than the black pigment itself. So I use that too. I mean, imagine she has met Joker and Stas in some fashion. Probably. Got the high emote by using unlock a random channel. Awesome. Yeah, that's not even something I made. It's a default that just came out with the affiliate. I still need to work on my emotes. Sorry. But yeah, I'll get it. Seen quite a few male streamers, but they always seem to double down on the form of unhinged. Yeah, that's not really my vibe though. More like that. Yeah, okay. Calm little grandpa. Nah, quite. Evil skin in a jar. Someone reported to Madman. It is what it is. It's what we need. It's what needs to be done. You want pretty puppets? That's the price to pay. Now, the other thing I'm gonna need, which I don't know if I have, is containers. I'm gonna need a container for the black silicone, a container for the skin silicone, and a container for the other one, for the shoe silicone. And I'm not sure if I have enough for those. I don't even know. This is one of the things that I haven't really arranged after changing workshops. So I'm actually struggling with this one. Where could I put? I feel like I don't need really big containers. Like something small, like 200 mils would be more than enough. But then again, where do I get a 200 mils container in this godforsaken workshop? 10th of Messiah. Oh, by the way, the music's finished. Anyone got any suggestions before I put something else? I'm not sure if the Discord has new suggestions. You can put music suggestions on Discord, or you can send them in chat and I'll see. Just please consider putting stuff that doesn't get me demonetized. We're trying to find what is safe to play because we are recently monetized. So yeah. In the meantime, let's see. I guess we could play. Should we go back to the basics and just put Splatoon? What time is it? 2:46. Okay, we got plenty of time. It's like some 3 hour long. Is it too loud? So yeah, we got color. So I need containers. I need some containers for my silicone. It's not working. I could just go the lazy route and use a cup and put a rubber band on it, but I would like to have them sealed, you know? Should have a stock of those sorts of containers, but I don't want to buy any, honestly, because I always end up with a bunch of food containers and a lot of stuff. So I do have plenty, I just don't have caps for most of them. And also I don't love the little caps that they use for takeout food, because it's usually not very strong. Or doesn't seal very well. Okay, let's see. This one seems fine, but I'm not sure it's the right size. No, it's not. Okay, this seems fine. Okay, I think I found my containers. So we can use black, brown. We're not gonna use a lot of brown. We're gonna use very little brown, honestly. So okay, brown will go with the tiny ones. And then for the skin tone, maybe we'll use the big one over there. Okay, so sorry for the containers tangent. I'll be back there in a second. Da, 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 da. So yeah, brown, brown, black, and skin. Okay, I'm gonna use this one for black. These ones will be the brown tone. And then, yeah, our skin container over there. Evil skin in a jar somewhere, yes. Okay, so let's get the colors ready and then we can start battling the rest. For the shoes, I think 20 grams will be more than enough. I don't think we're gonna be using that much, honestly. So 20 grams for one shoe. I think that's even too much. Let's do coats. Let's do 10 grams. How do you apply layers before casting the silicone? I'll show you in a second. You'll see. So you just paint the surface of the silicone. With resin it's a little bit trickier because it's more fluid, but you can do it with both. So with silicone, I just put it on a brush and apply like a thin layer on the surface of the mold or on the surface of my body. And that's more than enough. And yeah, we'll just wait for it to dry. The tricky part is keeping it on the surface. If you let it drip down, you're gonna end up with like a big puddle of silicone that doesn't really help you. You need an even surface all around, and that's sort of the tricky part. With resin, it's a little bit more liquid, so you actually just cast it and rotate the mold around to make sure you cover as much as possible. You can do it with an open mold, you don't really need to close it. And yeah, maybe after a couple of casts, then you can do the rest. If I ever got to make like a huge headed chibidoki mold, I would probably do it that way. I would first apply a couple of layers of resin with... Wait, I'm trying to be careful with the numbers here. We got 5.3, 6. Now the consistency here is pretty cool. Feels very milky, very, I don't know. Feels like Elmer's glue. So yeah, let's see if 10 grams is more than enough. Hopefully it is. So we're gonna be doing castings of very little material, honestly. Just to get the shoes up and running. Okay, there we have it. 10 grams. 9.9 or something. This is gonna get tricky. But we'll see. So there's one set of shoes. Here's two. Four. 6, almost 7. Eight point two. That's 10. Now for the stockings, we're probably going to be using more, so I'm guessing maybe 30 grams. Rather have more than less. Hell yeah! You like Splatoon music? It's really fun. I love it too. Let's go in the top chat tonight. Hello. And the top chat? What does that mean? But hello, what's up? How's it going? Hi. So it's coming along. We're preparing ourselves for our first cast. So maybe I don't need that much. Maybe I can use a smaller one container. I'm gonna go get it. 30 grams of stockings. I normally catch you on YouTube, bottom chat. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I'll always forget about that because I see a chat in a separate window. But yeah, you're right. Welcome to top chat then. $29.5 there. Let's make it to the 30 mark. There we go, 30. Okay. So that's gonna be that, and hold on. How much is this? I don't want to spend too much silicone here. But it's definitely more than what we have there. So this is less than 50 grams. We bowl with 120. It's a lot. 120. If I add to this, by the way, I have such a big container for such stupid little. I think I could throw this into this container, have like my source stuff, and then I use this container for the skin tone that we'll be using. So I'm gonna move everything down here. I should mix this one because it's starting to separate. Maybe I'll use another. What time is it? 3:01. It's almost been 2 hours since we cast our first mold. So let's see how that silicone is doing. Can you see it there? So it seems like it's already hardened. Okay, there's a big drop over here. And if I poke it, it still changes shape slightly. So yeah, but yeah, it's starting to become gelatinous. So that means it will take, yeah, about 4 hours to dry fully. But that's why we apply it in several layers instead of just going all the way out. Okay. So yeah, let's prepare this guy, apply it. I have also my reference sheets over here so I can match their skin tone. But I think I'm gonna open it in my computer too because it's important to get the exact color that you usually see on stream. I feel like their colors do variate a little bit sometimes. Like there's a couple of times I've seen Neuro's hair look a little bit more caramel-like. I feel like this color is pretty good for Neuro's hair. Maybe a little bit darker. But yeah, I'm gonna use it as a base for the skin anyway. Okay, let me get the image 4. I have them. I want to look them on Twitch or something. When was the last time the twins were together? Oh, today. Yeah, then we're gonna play buckshot roulette. Okay, let's skip them. The ads. I just want it as a reference so I can have like a direct sight on the right colors. There we go. They're so white. So unhealthily white. Sorry, I haven't been really watching. Don't worry, it's fine, it's fine. If you need me to help you catch up with something, I'll gladly let you know if you have any questions, but don't worry. There's no need for you to stay on stream all the time or else. Nah, it's a pretty chill stream. We just work on our stuff and have fun. Okay, I kind of have my visual reference on screen too now. But yeah, so let's see. Let's mix this up. So just mixing this real quick, making sure everything's even and fine, and then I'm just gonna throw it into the other container. And then I'm gonna use this container as my main skin container, for which I don't think we need, not sure. I think I would get 200 grams just for good measure, but hopefully we're not gonna need this that much. Maybe more. I don't know. I always struggle a lot with making colors because the only downside to this is you can make some color and have it as a backup for later. But if you like use too little material, then you're just gonna have like a big tub of skin for who knows when, and you're gonna have to keep it somewhere around for years and years. So that's why I don't love it. So yeah, here we go, 60 grams of the thing. $76. $85. Well, we almost filled the cup, which is cool. I like to have my things more properly distributed. 83. See if we can make it to 85 and we'll be good. 34. 85. There we go. So I want to keep this skin around, but we can prepare brand new skin in this bigger container. So let's start just by adding here with all that's left inside of the container, which isn't much, honestly. I don't think it's gonna pigment that much. Yeah, let's add, I don't want to overshoot it. 250. 250 is fine. Okay. It hurts. So much material. $45 to $45 to $46. There we go, 250. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, I want to mix this, see what skin tone we get, and if it needs a little bit more pigmentation, I can always just add from our other cup. So yeah, that's the plan for now. Just mix everything. Let's see how well I can distribute all this color. So it's definitely not doing a difference, but there's still a lot of color on this side. See some color streaks on the bottom. It's like not reaching the surface. I'm not sure if it's too much, but it shouldn't be too much. Yeah, let's see how much it takes for us to reach an even, smooth color. It starts to feel mildly skin tonish, but a little bit too pale, too white. But yeah, maybe a little bit more mixing of the bottom. Oh yeah, the bottom's still full with pigments. Would show you, but I can't because I would have to flip the container upside down. And yeah, hopefully that's more than enough to pigment the whole batch of this little skin. It's starting to look a little bit like skin. I feel like it still needs a little bit more extra oomph. Does the color of silicone change from when it's poured to when it dries? Not really. It's more of a... It will feel different, but it's mostly because of the color. How to say this? So the surface that you see right now, it's very glossy, very smooth, and that gives the color a certain feeling. So the color, it will stay the same. It will definitely stay the same, but once you cast it, and the casted silicone, because of the shape of the mold, because I could have a very smooth mold and have her look like this, like very smooth, very rubbery. But the shape that my mold already has, because I sanded the piece down, it looks a little bit more matte, more tame. So the color can feel different, but it's the same color, honestly. There's not a lot of change there. It's just the change in texture makes the color feel a little bit different. Makes it feel a little bit more, well, less bright, because you don't have all of those highlights that the smooth surface gives you. So yeah, it feels more muted, but it's not really a change in color, you know? I'm not sure if I should go with this, which is already pretty close. Like, I have the reference, but they are so white. They're so Hail. So maybe just scraping the very bottom of this container will be enough to... Let's get it to the right color. Could I have... And it's already pretty similar to this one. So yeah, maybe this is enough. Can you see it? Anyone else getting judgmental stares from our AI overlord? Where? Oh, this one? Of course. She's judging you. She knows what you've done. She knows you didn't catch the last stream. We could change overlords if you'd like. But I think this one's glance is even more disappointed or something. King Turtle. Kirodosra, hello! Says the man stirring a vat of her skin sicko. It's the process. Trust the process, see the vision. What can I say? Just a bunch of liquid skin here. I can now watch Evil instead. Yeah, I think I like this tone. Make sure it's very even now. So I'm gonna keep this one aside. I think it still needs a little more mixing, but I can do that later. Now I can sort out the... Just remember that I need to mix the skin tone a little bit more, okay? Maybe later. Sorry, my queen, I was doing other stuff. The maddest of men predicted our future. If I recall, someone in the Resonance thought up the idea of the internet. Really? That's cool. Okay, so now let's go with shoe colors and black color. Yeah, let me also go get... I think I missed out on the black oil paint. I'm not sure if the black oil will also be a little bit more intense than the pigment. I don't know why the pigment's always so ill. I was napping and missed 2 hours. I need black. Where's my pitch black paint? Green. Didn't I grab it? No, here it is. You want an early access? I mean, it sounds fun, but again, I'm not sure if I'll have the time to play it. But sure, I mean, if you want to share it, I'll gladly take it anytime. I don't even know how to play Minecraft, and you expect me to play your evil rage quit mod? I'm gonna blow up. But sure, why not? I mean, a bit more black here. Mail thought it was a virus or something. Didn't let me add it as a settlement, so I had to make a little cool drive. Alright, sure. Someone should program a survival MMO with neuro integration, or she can spawn random events and torn. I mean, that would be really fun. I feel like if you try to have Neuro be like an evil overlord, she will just screw up. Well, she'll try to do something else completely. So she'll make, I don't know, something full of cats and dogs and fun, cute little animals instead of filling it up with creepers or zombies. I don't know, that just sounds like Neuro to me. Wow, wow. She's like me in that passion, speaks evilly while doing nice things, yes. And she's also really cute when doing evil things. Okay, so that seems pretty black, but it's still, you see it's still a little bit gray. It's not fully pitch black, but that's why that extra push I do instead of using more pigment, which I could use, but I feel like sometimes it goes it just doesn't get absorbed or something. Instead, I'll just add a little bit of black powder that will take care and bring it straight into pitch black. Roman, I feel like evil would spawn a ton of cars and dogs and Neuro would cause real chaos. Do you think Neuro would cause real chaos? I imagine her filling the whole world with signs, like what she did in Vettel's house. And just making it inhabitable. You cannot move because there's so many signs everywhere and all of them say either the same thing or kinda the same thing. Thank you. A little color here. I could certainly use some sort of spoon. That is it. Yeah, this is a magnetic powder I usually use for resin casting, but it's also pretty good at making stuff blacker when the pigment doesn't seem to be making it. However, I need to be careful to not add too much, because if I do, then it might be too thick. Because it's a powder, you can see the texture of the silicone change a little bit. But yeah, you definitely can see that now it's much blacker than before. I could see her firing on missiles and they just made a vine boom sound effect or in bad. That would be really fun. And in fact, natural explosion, then she would hack into all screens to say, "Ha, told you." Would be great if you had too much. Yes, definitely. That's why I try to use a little bit only, so it doesn't get too, yeah, gritty is a nice word to define it. But yeah, if you see it right now, you can see a little bit of the texture, but you can see it's much darker and it's still pretty even in consistency. I might consider adding a single more spoonful of powder. But it's already pretty dark. So add one more spoon black. This black powder has ended up helping me a lot when it comes to making this sort of stuff. Doo-doo-doo-dum, doo-doo-dum. Pitch black like my soul, exactly like your soul. Dum, 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 dum. Dum. Quiero. Okay, so let's finish this. So cut that. Hopefully that will be enough. A little bit scared that the black could react too fast. But it's because we might have changed the weight of the silicone. Because the iron powder probably is a little bit heavy. So maybe I'll measure, let's say, 5 grams of material and I start to use it, but I'm not actually using 5 grams. I'm actually using 4 grams and the last gram is only iron. But I don't think there's a way to go around that. So, I mean, the numbers I'm doing are pretty out there. It's not really... We applied, what, 20% more powder, but you catch the idea, right? Okay, so now let's make olive colored shoes. This one's tricky. Making brown stuff is very tricky. A little bit of ochre to this because it feels a little bit too desaturated for my taste. We're barely starting to mix this one, but yeah, it doesn't seem to be going in the right direction. So I want to add a little bit of ochre or sienna in order to actually get a richer color. Because dark brown, well, it works, but it's pretty desaturated. And yeah, this one's got much more of a kick to it. The color is a little bit richer. So I always like this color. But you need to be very careful with how much you use. There's just a little drop can be, especially if you're using as little material as I am right now. Yeah, much richer. Still needs a little bit more power to it, but very little. I have to be very careful not to overdo it. It seems more or less the same color. It's slightly muted, more muted color than Neuro shoes. Just needs a teeny tiny drop more of color. Another bit would be okay, just a little bit more. It's just a bit more. I struggle a lot with the color with the silicone. I don't know why it gives. If you don't use the right amount, it gives this lightly purplish tint, which is not terrible. But if you're looking for a specific color, it's it's a little bit hard to work around, I believe. Okay, there we go. I think we got it. Okay, so I think this will be enough for the shoes. So now we're set then. Now let's prepare for those castings. It's gonna get interesting now. Da-da-da-da-dum. Okay, so now we're getting into the fun part. Now, I'm not sure if I did adjust the body to the... I'm gonna do that real quick, or at least just check if it's well adjusted. So let's go back a little bit. Ooh. Da, 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 da. Da-da-dum, da-da-dum. Okay, it seems like it closes properly. Oh, I need some rope or something to pressure this in the end. I don't remember what I used last time. Mira que son. Okay, So yeah, it seems like everything's set. It's just a little scary. Made a castle. Okay. I want to check the original legs because I remember there was a mistake I made with the sole of the shoe. Yeah. So it's the inside of this leg. The line goes a little bit above what it should, which is the inside. Huh? Oh yeah, okay, so it should be all brown on top. Okay, that's easy. And the tricky part's on the bottom. Let me see if I can move the camera around so you can actually see what I'm gonna be doing. Let me check something real quick. I got him. Get it down. No, no, no. No, 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 no. You shall go down. Okay. So I want to start with very little material. I think 2 grams will be more than enough. 1 drop of catalyzer and try to apply it all around the shoes and yeah, everywhere I can. You're probably not going to be able to see this side though. Okay, I think I got the hang of it, but I don't know if you're gonna be able to see all the way from there. If I do it sideways, like, it's gonna be tricky. But it's important for me to see properly because I need to take care of this thing. But yeah, maybe like something like this will work. Okay. I'm just gonna reframe. Ooh. Okay, so I'm gonna apply, I'll get 2 grams of this, add 1 drop of catalyzer, and then I'll show you how I apply the first layer. Finally, sorry it took longer than expected, but we are here now. Now what I did, where's my scale? Scale. How does it get all the way over there? Okay. So the interesting part when doing this sort of stuff with silicone, when you already painted it the right color, it's always the right way to do it because you can have like a big batch of color handy in case anything happens. But the problem is that unlike whenever I'm mixing for the molds where I add the color right when I'm making the mold itself, this time I cannot have any visual way to see if I'm actually using the right amount or if it's already properly mixed, so you just have to go pretty much by vibes. But I mean, I've done it a couple of times, so I'm not really that worried, but it's just something that's a little bit trickier than what would usually be. Okay, so there we go, 2 grams of this guy. which will be adding one single drop of catalyzer. And try to apply it very fast. Now, where did I put the catalyzers? Okay, first I want to apply the shoe color. I think it's going to be much easier after that, because it will make the stockings easier to cast. So one single drop, that's very important. If I overdo it, this is gonna go way too fast. So a single drop of catalyzer is what I need. There we go. Yeah, let's mix real quick. It's gonna be a little bit faster than what we made before. Forgot that I moved the camera. So I'm just mixing stuff here, making sure everything's properly mixed inside of the container, and then I'll apply it very gently everywhere around the mold. Need to be very careful to respect the right edges of the shoe and of the feet and all that stuff. And if I overdo it, I'll just use a little bit of a cotton swab to take out all of the excess. And I'm gonna do this twice. Once right now, then I'll let it dry. Probably gonna go to my lunch break, and then we can take it back after the break. So I'm just applying a very thin coat of the silicone here. Being very careful, trying to respect the edges of the sole of the shoe. But it doesn't really matter. If I hurry up, I can just clean everything up at the very, very end with a bit of a cotton swab. Yeah, last time I think I only applied one layer of color. That's why the skin that was beneath went through, and you could actually see so much of the skin color crawling through the shoes. But hopefully now we can deal with this a little bit better, and maybe applying a second coat after this one will take care of that. Have everything nice and perfect. So yeah, just applying everything all around. Also the feet itself, I think they can also apply with a little bit of the silicone. Just in case something's way too thin, instead of looking at a blue smudge right atop the surface of my sculpt, instead of that I'll be looking at a little brown smudge, which will be much more accurate than having a blue smudge there. I think this one maybe I should leave for last, because I should focus on the shoe itself. Not sure if you can see anything. Sometimes I just put my head in front of the camera. I'm just gently with the brush applying a thin layer of silicone all around where the shoe is in the mold. Don't need to be very precise. It's a little bit hard because silicone's so thick, but anyway, I can sort of apply it roughly and then clean up later. Ooh. So that's enough. Now let's use a clean swab to clean up the sharpest edges. There we go. So wherever I might have gone too far with the material, I can just very quickly take it out. It's starting to react. It's a little bit fast, probably because I used more catalyzer than I should, but it's fine. It's something I did on purpose because I want it to be faster. Yeah, right now it's over. It feels like it's starting to harden by itself. When it hardens, you have to be a little bit careful because while you're cleaning, like what I'm doing right now, you might end up having the membrane stick to the cotton swab, but then instead of cleaning, you're gonna peel it off. Oh, I didn't apply any back here. Can I still make it? Maybe. Mayhaps. Oh, it's a little bit too thick now, but maybe I can apply a little bit. Boom. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this off camera because I need to be very precise, but believe me, you already saw how I did it with the other shoe. It's the same sort of thing here, it's just that the borders are a little bit sharper. I'd rather have the mold nice and close to my face so I can actually see. Also, because this mold is red in color, the color of the shoe is also very hard to read from far away. So yeah, I'd rather do this. Yeah, it seems like it's rolling. It's looking good if you ask me. Oh, I like this. Nice, nice, nice little shoe. There's a lot of material here. You don't really belong here. Let's take that out. So then is there some extra material here too? Maybe. Also, when you do this, you need to be careful not to introduce any sort of, you know, like pieces of lint or dust or anything to the mold, because that's also gonna stick there if you're not careful. So I need to, sometimes the cotton swab will leave a little bit of its, yeah, cotton on the surface, and that's also not great. Yo, Wendy, Muden, Mira Chiara, Hiden, Judy, you made a castle, Eden, Hiarin, Jolly Heria, and you the Hena, you neta, Uneta, you the Meta, you meta need. This is the very first calamari incantation. Choppity boom, shoulda fena nuda ni, edi popeda ni. Anahana him. Mira chiara hira. Shoulda fena nuda ni, edi popeda ni. There we go. Okay, so I think we're done with the first layer. So, I think this is a good time to take a little break. Let's let this dry. Oh, almost forgot to clean my little brush. If I don't clean this, it's gonna harden and the rubber is gonna stay there forever. So yeah, I think it's a good time to take a quick break, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. But in the meantime, this is set. Wah, 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 wah. Na 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 na. Okay, so yeah, let's leave this to rest. I'll apply the next coat after our short break, and after that we can actually make... We can start casting the stockings. Oh, I should have marked the stockings in the... That's fine. No, 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 no. Hello, hello. Hi. I'm back. Is anyone still here? Hello. I'm back from lunch. Let me take care of those Retsicos. There we go. Hello. Hi. How's everyone doing? So yeah, just went for a quick meal. And we're set to go. So yeah, our first layers should probably already be fully hardened because it was pretty fast. We'll make another layer now, but first I want to add a little bit of a little markings to the body, which I'll show you in a minute. So is anybody still here? Let me see if right, I see no comment. There's something here, a different call. Alright, but yeah, so I'm gonna keep on working and let's see how it goes. So let me go get a little bit first. Okay, it's fine. So first I want to make sure I can mark this thing myself. Can't see over there, but it's just mark where the stockings end. That's an important bit here. Here, somewhere around here. Don't need to be super precise, but yeah, that's enough. Down. I think this will be enough. Okay, so let's add another layer, the 2 grams for the shoe. It's a very weird angle, I know. It's a little hard to show while working on this. I'd rather have a very decent casting rather than perfect framing of the shot. I think it's good enough for you to see. It's a little bit awkward, but it's the best I can do unless you've got any ideas. Oh, Dubby, you're here. Wait, why is my chat not working then? John Smith. Oh, it seems like maybe my chat is stuck. Hey guys, hello. How's the puppet? What's happening? Hello. I don't know why your comments weren't appearing in my screen. Wait, let me test that out. I'm gonna have to empty my other chat. Hello? Is this working? Can someone send something in chat? Anything? Just need to make sure I can read the stuff because I can see your messages on the OBS stream. I can hear you. No, okay, I think you can hear me, but I don't know why the comments weren't appearing in my window. So okay, hello. What's happening? So it's a weird angle, but I'm starting to cast the first layers of color into Evil. So I already casted a first layer of brown down there for the shoes. I'm gonna do the second one in a minute. And with that, John Smith with the pregnant Beetle. Yeah, okay, it seems like it's working now. I don't know why it seemed like my chat window got frozen or something. Okay, but then we are back. So, yeah, I know it's a weird angle, but it's the best way I can actually show you what's going on without making a mess or risking to lower the quality of the puppet. So it's the best I can do. But don't worry, we'll get through this. The shoes are kind of tricky. Yeah, so I'm gonna cast another 2 grams of these brown and use that to cover the rest of the shoes. I think that's gonna be enough. 2 layers to me sounds like more than enough. 1.2, 1.3, 1.8, 1.9, 1. There we go. Okay. Yeah, 2 grams of silicone again for the feet. You said put anything? What? Oh yeah, it's fine. I don't mind. So how's everyone doing? Zoe, I'm quite surprised you're still here. Isn't it like super late for you? Okay, so now the camera's over here. So I'm just gonna add 1 single drop catalyzer here and just mix it real quick and go straight into the casting. Okay, single drop. There we go. Just mix very quick. I'm good. Got a new iPad case today. Ooh, cool. Awesome. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. So I'm just mixing very well, hoping everything's well distributed. I don't want any faster parts in my mix. Also need to hurry up a little bit because last time it started to harden pretty quickly. So okay, here's a second layer of silicone for the feet. So I came to a conclusion that it would be better to use 2 layers because Evil did have a couple of like bald spots on her legs and on her feet. So yeah, I'm trying to do a second layer this time around. Hopefully we can get more of a perfect color in the shoe itself. Now this is tricky because now I don't see where one layer finishes and the other one begins. So it's a little bit tricky to know if I already covered a certain part or not. But it's just trial and error, I guess. So yeah, just gently try and apply a coat of silicone all over the surface that requires the color itself over here, and the shoes back here. I think this is the most important part. Having the main part of the upper part of the shoe well covered. Okay, so yeah, I'm applying the silicone all over the surface right now and hoping that everything stays in place. And should also add a little bit extra to the rest of the thing over here. So yeah, the shoe. The base of the feet here with the skeleton itself, I hadn't covered well both sides. So I'm just gonna cover this side a little bit. So I haven't checked the chat because I'm a little bit focused here, but I'm not sure if there's any new messages, but if there are, I'll read them in a second. I just really need to hurry up here. Cover the shoes with whatever extra material they might need. Just like that. And oh, the back is still very blue. And also, if you have a little bit of material at the end, you can also patch it up after you've done the casting. But it's not perfect, honestly. There's like a lot of stuff to work on. Oh, well, if you do that, you will see like very clearly a little blobs of stuff here and there, which might not be exactly what you're looking for. So it's better to be careful in this phase rather than having to spend another couple of layers later on after the casting, because it just can make it look even less clean. So yeah, this is a sort of the safe way through. A little clumsy, a little sleepy shroomy. Hello, how's it going? Welcome. Hi. It's going along. We are applying our first color layer to the mold, which means we are sort of, we're beginning the casting of evil. We're applying a little bit of material here to the shoes, trying to keep the right color, the right shape. Cleaning the edges to make sure there's no excess material. It's a little bit hard to really show on camera, but I believe you can at least see what you need to see over there. It's kind of a tricky shot, honestly, but I think it's good enough for you to manage to see what I'm doing or how I do this. It's gonna be easier to read with the bigger layers, like the stockings and the shoes. Right now, the brown part of the shoe, it's a little bit small, so yeah, it might be a little bit hard to read from all the way back there where you are, but I cannot also be moving the camera too much. It's rather just cooling everything right now. But hello, Sleepy Shroomie, how you doing? Okay, there we go. That is fine, that is fine. Cleaning the edges, those edges are fine, that part's perfect. Okay, so let's hope and see if 2 layers of silicone work better than 1. Hopefully they will. So we got this, now we're gonna go for the legs, but that's gonna take a little bit of time. Just chilling, awesome, yeah. Left for a couple of hours, so I'm not doing anything tomorrow, so you can stay up. All right, cool. Bum, 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 bum. All right, so while this starts drying, I'm gonna go get some water because I'm already pretty thirsty and I ran out of water a little bit earlier. I should have reloaded while I was down having my dinner, but my lunch. But I think, yeah, I'll go real quick, grab some water, be right back.
Hello.
So, yeah. Now I'm gonna try and make the stockings. I'm not sure if I should wait for the brown here to dry a little bit more. It's okay, we can try this anyway. So I'm not sure how big I could divide the casting. Yeah, I think that's gonna be a good way to go. So I could do more 2-gram castings of the rest. But I put my gloves there. And do like 1, 1, 1, and hopefully that way I can keep moving forward instead of having to do a lot of work and then pause and then do a lot of work. So yeah, I'm gonna try and see if we can make it work. Wait a second. There's gonna be a little bit of work here. So I'm thinking we could start by making. Okay, no, now while we're waiting, I think we could start by making some barriers for the black up here on the chest and the body area. And that's gonna be, so I think if I should, let me see. So, because we could open up, okay. It's a lot of stuff that I haven't done that I need to do before. I'm gonna clean the brush real quick. Just realized that I haven't cleaned the brush. And the little cup. And yeah, we need to do that if we don't want the brush to stop working forever. Me. Okay. So, yeah, while this is setting, I can prepare a little bit more of, well, I can make the borders for all the little divisions for both the chest and the sort of little shorts. Okay. Open the shot a little bit so you can see a little bit more. So yeah, it's gonna get messy, but that's how it is. It's just a lot of different materials, a lot of different colors. So yeah, just hope you don't mind a little bit of a mess. So first I'm gonna set up a couple of divisions for all the little details here, for the legs, for the chest, and that's gonna be pretty easy, I believe. I think I can make it easy with just a little bit of clay, not really worrying a lot. So, just need a little wall. It's gonna be fine. This doesn't really matter that much, but it does help to have the division. It's gonna make it easier to paint. So honestly, I'm just trying to make a little bit of time. In order for the brown, the shoe colored rubber to start drying. But yeah, doing this is a good way to do that, to wait. It will give me the shape for the shorts, sort of keep everything in place. haven't tried this before. I honestly usually did a little bit more material, and I think it felt a little bit more clumsy. Now this time with this, maybe this is an easier way to do these divisions. Yeah, a lot less work. So this one, as I told you before, I'm gonna try and go as high up the thigh as I can. Now, here's when it's gonna be tricky. A little one here. And another one down there. Libby, how long did it take to make the evil puppet? I feel like this one's going very fast. So yeah, I feel like this one's also going very fast. So I'll tell you something. For starters, the evil puppet was very slow because I feel like I started working on it the other way around. So the first thing I wanted from the evil puppet was were the eyes. I wanted to test out the original eyes. It was my first experiment at making eyes that had an inner mechanism and that would rotate and all that stuff. And because of that, I began working mostly on the eyes, and I spent a very long time working on the shape of the eyes, the size of the sphere, all that stuff. And it was really good, but I ended up wasting a lot of time. I think I should have done what I'm doing right now, which is focus more on the body first so that I can split the work later on, and the costume designer can spend its own time working while I spend my time working on the eyes and the body. Also, I was kinda part-time working sometimes, but it did take a while. So the very first puppet of Evil, it took me a while to make. It took from the very start of January, very start of the year, until the very start of the year towards Evil's birthday. So let's say about at the very least 2.5 months. Let's say I used the last couple of days to actually animate and all that stuff. Then I really needed to remake a lot of stuff, and I spent the time redoing that from April until July, I believe. I was reworking the hair. Those were my first streams, and that's how we made it. Wait, I'm not even working on frame, but yeah. Can you see now I made all of these different lines so I can apply the black and kind of keep everything in place vaguely. I mean, it's not perfect most likely, but I think it's gonna get the job done. Just need to make sure everything stays in place. Oh god. One problem is that it's not sticking very well to the bottom, but maybe it's not a big deal. But yeah, so I'm making this little But yeah, I mean, the first evil took a long while, but was mostly because it was a lot of trial and error, repeating the same thing. There were a lot of mistakes made. The face, I think I repeated like 6 or 7 times, because whenever I printed it, something would go wrong with the eyes not fitting inside the sockets or that sort of deal. Let me get a little bit more clay so we can make the same thing. It's a little better now. So we'll do the same thing for this one. Just get... And how much more time did it take to make? Yeah, the thing with evil is that I repeated a bunch of stuff. Also, I needed to redo stuff because I made evil with the same hair color as Neuro, because before of her birthday, yeah, she was exactly like Neuro. She didn't have the subtle variations on her design. And once her birthday came out, there were a lot of differences. The new hair color, well, the eyes had never really minded. The pins did change. Yeah, a lot of little things changed in her that I needed to address. So I began doing the streams when I was working on tweaking those little details. But yeah, at that time too, I wasn't working as full time as I am already now. So I hope this time around, like my big goal, which I believe is a little bit loose, I'll say, is to have it ready in 3 months. So 3 months since we started. We started about half a month ago. But the thing is, I still need to animate, and that's gonna be very, very tricky because I don't have a space for animating anymore. I'm gonna have to improvise a lot. Well, I need to design the space, and I'm working on that, but I need to, yeah, like build stuff, and so I'm a little bit scared on that side. But yeah, certainly we're moving faster with the construction, and also this time we're making 2, not only 1. So yeah, I want to make 2 puppets in 3 months time, which is still not the ideal time that I'm striving for, but it's a big step forward from what we had before. Yeah, it's gonna get pretty crazy. So tomorrow it's gonna be our 2nd week working on Neuro, and in this week we've pretty much only casted the bodies. We still need to redesign a lot of the head parts. The hands, not really need to redesign them, but we need to make a couple of experiments to see which materials work best. Material wise, there's a lot to change here. The hair design, I also need to try and see if we can rearrange. So that it's easier to make and hopefully less heavy for the head. Hair, eyes. The hands, I don't feel like... Yeah, we need to change a couple of things, but it's going to be minor. Doesn't need to be too much work there. What other change are we looking for? I mean, most of the changes are already implemented in the body. Make her stronger than before. So hopefully that's a step in the right direction. And then wait, no, the other way. Okay. Oh, touch the fresh. God. Touched a little bit of the fresh silicone there. There we go. Whoa, what? So I feel like the eyes are the next big challenging part after this. Then there's gonna be a lot of little tests to do with the body or with the hands. I need to design my new set. So I'm going for nothing very special. Something simple enough. But even keeping it simple, still gonna be a lot of work making a full-on set when I don't even have a lot of space for a set, or I have to make something very abstract, very small, because we are definitely not gonna be able to have the same space we had before. But it's fine. I bet we can make it work. It's just a matter of, yeah, experimenting. I want to buy a couple new lights. So that the lighting can be a little bit more interesting. No me understand. Quiero get you. Quiero. Okay, so that's the stockings. Let's do a long one. This be enough. For the thighs. below the body. Go. Tiny little shorts. Okay, and just one more. We'll be good to go. Okay, so here we have our divisions finally. There we go. Okay. There's still some fresh. I don't even know which parts of here were made. Okay. Okay. So I can see how the silicone's behaving. Yeah, it seems like it's working, but it's definitely been a little bit slow. But it's fine. Da, 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 da. Okay, so first, let's cast. Oh god. The body. So maybe I could take advantage of our little new mechanism. Hopefully we can keep the body suspended midair because I'm gonna grab it from the silicone. I'll grab it. I'll leave it suspended. Yeah, it seems to work. Yeah, let's apply to this guy just a little bit of silicone on the legs and the chest, and yeah, sort of like the shoulder. Hey, Dilpink, never got to see the body casting last time, so it's too exciting. We never casted a body before. I've never done this live. I think maybe there's like a little snippet of it in the Happy Birthday Evil video, but yeah, the body we never casted on stream, because the same body that I used for the birthday one. Yeah, I remember that correctly. So yeah, this part is exciting. It can be a little bit slow. It's a lot of work, but it's definitely worth it, and it's fun in its own little zen kind of way. Smells like a pencil. The iron gives this very thick smell of, yeah, similar to a pencil. Where's my gloves? So I think my goal is going to be dividing this cast into 3 parts. So I'm going to do a 2-gram cast here. I'm just going to do the legs, the body, and all this stuff. So I'm going to do this body, and then I'm going to move to one of the molds, and that way I'm going to split everything. And I think after 6 different castings, we'll be good to go. So yeah, it's slow but steady. Now, where is my scale? Na 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 na. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. Asana. Doesn't feel right. This is 1 gram? What do you mean? Thankfully, I can compare with another cup and see what's wrong here, because that doesn't add up at all. Or if it does, no, it doesn't. Right. Okay. 3.7, that's way too much. Hmm. Where's my brush? There it is. Okay, hopefully this will work. I don't see why not. One drop catalyzer, boop, and mix. Make sure everything's well mixed. Don't want any areas with more catalyzer than the other. How's it going? Where did I miss? So we're starting the casting of the body, but it's a very slow process because we need to divide everything in pieces, make sure everything's properly painted in layers. So right now I'm starting to apply the black color for the stockings to the body. There's still a lot more to be done. Oh, I think this is not going to be enough. The bandages are really eating the silicone. That's good. That means we can make a little bit more. No. I'm trying to keep a thin layer. And yeah, that's what we're up to right now, TNT Dagger. Just painting everything, every little bit of the body, both here and in the out in the mold. This is what will really make a difference and make the body much cleaner than the last one. It might take a while. I think this is definitely gonna take us the rest of the stream now that I've seen how it's been going. But we definitely can finish this tonight, and maybe tomorrow we can make the second one. It's gonna be irritating because there's a non-zero chance that there's gonna be a layer of flesh in between the leg and the outer part of the mold. But either way, still the best course of action to actually try and paint as much as possible of the body. Just feels like a lot of time spent. Okay. How your day? What? How's your day? Oh, cool. That's okay. So it feels like it's been a little bit slower than I expected, but it's fine. We're taking proper measures, and I feel like this is coming along real well. So yeah, it might seem, well, it feels a little bit slow. It's a lot of layering and doing things over and over and that sort of stuff, but it's really worth the effort because it's gonna end up giving us the best quality possible on our work. So yeah, it's gonna be a lot of, so just like the layer we just applied, we're gonna end up applying another 6, but yeah, it's been fun. I like this day. Thus, yeah, this working and the bodies takes a long time, but it's definitely worth it in the end because you make a body and it will last for a long time, hopefully. Fingers crossed. How about you, Frank? How's it going? How have you been? So a little bit more black so we can finish up the body. I'm just gonna add a little bit more to, let's make the shorts and like little chest cover, shirt, whatever. Okay, one drop. Okay, so let's just cover up the body real quick and we are good to go with this piece. Okay. There we go. So that's the body and the legs. Okay. Wait, I'm gonna leave. Bye. All right. See you, Drizzy. Sorry, didn't see your message. I was a little bit locked in here. But yeah, see you later, Drizzy. How long ago was it? About 5 minutes ago. So yeah, probably didn't catch Drizzy there. Blasting. No, 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 no. What is the silicone you're putting on the skeleton now transfer to the outside of the puppet when you cast? Okay, so it doesn't really transfer to the outside. It's more like a safety measure so that the color is preserved. So I'm gonna do the same thing that I'm doing here with the outside of the puppet. The reason why I do this is because if I keep sort of the same colors around, it's harder for there to be a little variation in color, because that's a problem that you can have. For example, look over here. So you can see back there in the black, it's not flat, perfect black. There's a little bit of a couple of streaks of the beige and the skin tone that's going through the material because the black layer was too thin. What I'm trying to do right now is sort of cover up vaguely most of the spots, so whenever I make the final casting, I try to have the black sections close to the other black sections and the skin colored sections close to the other skin colored sections. It's more like you transfer it, you don't really transfer it, it's like trying to keep everything in the same color range, but at the same time you cannot make a full casting with different colors because it's too much work, it's too clumsy, it's a lot of mixing. But if you sort of separate this, at least you have sort of a safe measure that if any part of the puppet is too close to the surface of your mold, you're gonna have it be the same color of whatever you want it to be. And also, having this sort of coating helps you make sure that whatever's close to the surface is not pure bandage or wire. It's always at least a very thin, like a 0.5 millimeter or less, layer of silicone. That's what's being, as close to the surface of the mold as possible. So that's what I'm doing right now. It's a little bit tedious, but it's worth it. So we got this. It's Warner. Na, 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 na. So basically it's just a way to keep things as clean as possible. Okay. So now let's do this one. Not sure if I should keep doing it in 2 grams intervals or if I should try and do something a little bit more extreme. No, I think 2 grams is fine. Rather do that. So it's been 4 grams already from this one, which had 30. We would probably need at least 12. Okay, let's see. But I think we're gonna need, that's 4, 6, 7, 8, 16, and it's 30. Okay, that might be a bit tricky. Maybe we made too little material? Sounds like a stretch to me, but we'll see. What are those strips of clay for? So that's just to keep everything in place. Oh, you weren't around when I made this? Yeah, it's like sort of a mask. So I can apply the black and not be very, very careful because I have the the clay supporting me, and if I go too far up, the clay is gonna hold most of the silicone in place, and that's gonna keep everything in place. So I have the chest, the shorts, the upper thigh, and the lower, well, the upper stocking, the one that's taller, and the shorter one. So that's the process here. Hopefully 2 grams is enough for this side. That would make me very happy. 6, so good.
So I think we might be needing more black
silicone. So I've been going through
it very quickly with only a couple layers of. I mean, we probably have enough to finish Evil, but we're still gonna need another
batch for when we make Neuro-Sama.
This is certainly not gonna last enough.
Okay, there's gonna be a lot of layers. Okay, so we're still in need of a bit more.
Okay, another 2 here then. One more.
Okay. So now we got our first layer here. Gonna need more. Second layer here. Okay, I'm gonna head out now. Have a good stream. All right, see you, Dabi. How long ago was that? 3 minutes ago. Okay. Okay, there's this one. Okay. Let's do the other piece. And then we go back to the first one. Yay. Dr. Robot. How's it going, Dr. Robot? Welcome to stream. Haven't seen you around before, I believe. Hi. I'm currently casting different colors into the body, which is a little bit slow, but it's fun. Its own little way. Takes a while though. So we already casted 2 colors. We're on the second color. This will be the first, the first batch of black on this side of the mold. Then we go back to the body, and then we go back to give me a second. I'm gonna apply a little bit of black here, just a little. I think I want to do the same as before, 2 layers of 2 grams each. And yeah, we'll see what else we can do in the meantime. Hello, I've been enjoying the stream. Didn't mean to write E. Okay. Do you need to use any vacuum pump or anything for the silicone to remove bubbles? I mean, that's one thing you could do. I do not own a vacuum chamber, so I try to work around it. That's why I also try to apply thin coats. That way I can make sure at least the very outer part of the cast will be properly set, and if there's any bubbles, it would be under the first layer of skin. So that's another good reason to actually split everything into many different colors and layers and that sort of stuff. And yeah, you could use a vacuum chamber, but a vacuum chamber will not do a lot of a difference here because the complexity of the mold. Vacuum chambers work well when you're making a mold that has, let's say, an exit that's big enough, and that's like if you're making a mold that's flat on the bottom, then vacuum chambers can be very useful for. But if you're making this sort of complex mold, even if you have a bubble, there's a little bit hard to get them out of there unless you really are very strategic on how the mold is positioned. So vacuum chambers could really help, yes, but you need to be careful with them and they don't fix all of your problems. And also because this is a multiple colored mold, I need to take care of many other things before even starting to worry about bubbles. Like right now, bubbles are not an issue because I'm just applying a very thin layer everywhere, so all the bubbles just escape straight away. Now, if I was actually doing a big cast, and if I casted this only using skin colored silicone, then yeah, maybe I could use a vacuum chamber and try to get the air out, but it would be tricky because the only space I have for the air to go out is this little hole over here. I would have to place the mold inside the vacuum chamber but facing upwards, which means I would need to have a very spacious vacuum chamber. The good news here is that this part is pretty easy because it's mostly just the sock. No real need for the soles or anything like that. There's another technique I would like to learn to use in the future, which is actually using an airbrush to apply the color of the silicone in very thin layers. So that could be very useful, but I am a little bit scared of that technique because it feels like if you don't do it properly or if you're not careful enough with the material, you will just end up ruining perfectly good airbrush forever, and that's a little bit scary. Yeah, these very thin layers don't really get too weird. with yeah, don't get a lot of bubbles. But it is a problem that I had before. If you see Evil Nero, the old one, she has very, very big bubbles inside of her thigh and inside of her sort of like hips in the body. And yeah, it's like a big problem, but it's bearable. She did have those issues in her body casting, but it didn't really make a big impact in the animation or how she looked. I feel like I have never seen a comment, someone noticing that there's bubbles inside of her leg. I mean, I'm trying to reduce it as much as possible, but the good thing is that it's not a problem that will stop you from using that puppet. Ooh. Whenever you turn this around, you see how terrible it is. So another 2 grams, that will leave us at 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 grams. So we're running through the... We're gonna run out of this. Okay, so I want to mix the next one. Put it up there. Wait, sorry. Dr. Robot, haven't seen your comments. I've been a little bit locked in here. I'll check it in a second. Let me just clean my tools real quick. How will you keep the threads on the feet and the shoulders clear? Oh, if they're covered, I'll just cut the silicone off. I just need to... So first, I'm gonna, like later on in my next layer of skin color for the rest of the body, I'm gonna try to sort of seal the holes so that they stay hollow on the inside. Like I'm trying to cause a bubble intentionally. And yeah, like after the casting, if it's full with silicone, I'll just cut it out. Just use a knife and snip, snip. Take care of all of that. And yeah, it's pretty easy. You just need to be careful not to damage anything else, but it's not... Yeah, I mean, that's pretty easy to take care of. I mean, I could also put a little bit of clay inside of the nut or something like that, but honestly, yeah, I think it's better to leave it as is. It's cleaner to remove it once it's dry. Right, so now you can go rest over here. Ugh. No space anymore. And now let's go back to the body. Here. Another layer of black. Need to clean this guy up. How's this behaving? Okay, so it's pretty... Hello, I have YouTubified. Hello, Dizzy. How's it going? Welcome back. Good to see you. So yeah, we're a couple of steps closer, but yes, it's still taking a while. But after this, so it's another round of black, and after that, we'll be very close to finishing the casting. So how's it going, Dizzy? Welcome back to YouTube. One drop of catalyzer and mix, 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 mix. Looking good. Hello. Hey, how's it going, Robot? Had you seen my new sprite? I'm not sure if you've seen my new sprite yet. Yeah, this is our spooky month outfit. Do you like it? Is it spooky? And yeah, the cast's also looking pretty cool. Been popping in every stream, just lurk. Yeah. I know you've been busy. But yeah, I always appreciate your company, robot. See you around. Got another robot around here today. Dr. Robot's right here. Yeah, so I'm just applying a couple of layers of extra safety measures, for the legs, for the body. Making such a mess. I'm filling everything with silicone. Everything I touched is just covered in silicone. Black silicone added. So yeah, everything looks, I don't know, like there's been an oil spilling close by. Sorry, I haven't read chat in a bit. Give me a second. Ooh. Okay. Hi, Dr. Robot. Always good to meet a fellow bot.
I'm curious about something, Mari. When you're watching, when you're killing you guys, you always wave the lights. What benefit?
Nothing that I know, nothing really. It's just me being hyperactive. I think it's. I don't think it makes a big difference. I just do it for. I don't know. I think it's funny. Yeah, no, I've never even thought about it, but there's definitely no particular reason for me to wave it. I think I wave it just in case maybe the angle of the light could help, like if it's not always hitting from the same angle. But honestly, I don't really think it's that important because the 3D printer only prints in one angle, like straight beam of light going forward. So yeah, I feel like I just do it for yeah, for the laughs. It's valid reasoning. So we got this one. We begin with the other mold. Okay, so I can go straight into that one. It did take a lot of black to make this. I'm a little concerned that the body is also going to take a lot of material. Indeed, so few butts this new crackdowns. Yeah. Oh, that's why you're on YouTube and not on Twitch? You got banned from Twitch from being bots. Okay, so we got this. You can go rest now. More black over here. Boom, 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 boom.
I'm on both, just use a different name on every platform to be less identifiable. If I was a bot. You're a bot, Drizzy? If you're a bot, you're cool in my book, Spooky. How much silicone did the original Evil use? It did use a lot, but mostly because the skeleton was much thinner. It had a lot of like pure wire, so there were a lot of big gaps to fill. I think it used at least 200 grams of silicone. And I remember I felt like I needed to use more because there were a bunch of bubbles inside. So yeah, this one up until now has used about 20 grams. And we're only using the coating on the surface. Mm. Trying to make sure everything's very well covered so that this time we don't have as many holes in the stockings. Okay. So then we got both of the stockings. We're still missing the undergarments. Oh, Nathan, hello. Anyone else watching this with the same tension as the four guys on a couch me? Are you really? Are you for real? You're gonna stay like that until tomorrow when we open the mold and you actually see the final piece. I've seen that meme in almost a decade. Wait, how much silicone the original one? Yeah, I think I told you, right? About 200 grams, I believe, but I think I needed more. But this time the skeleton is bigger, so hopefully it's not gonna need as much as before. Yeah, like look at this legs. They're almost solid silicone up here, and just a little wire going through. So this is a lot of material. Unnecessary material, if you ask me. Not that bad to use that much silicone, but if it's too much and too fat, well, then it's gonna have a lot of resistance. So let's get another 2 grams, cast these, make a couple more. No, what are you doing? Okay, so Apply this on the surface over there. Okay, so this is just for this part over here. Okay, everything seems fine here. Trying to find if there's any like weak spots in the color. I think there's only a little bit here. Might need a little bit of extra black. It's fine. Okay. Just one more piece of the mold and then we move straight into the skin tone. Took a break, what did I miss? Not much, just applied another coat here. Haven't seen the index. Do you write lowercase a like or eh? Oh, and like basically? Definitely like the first one. To break, what did I miss? You missed the most. Yeah, sure. Oh. Run Discord channel. Yes, that totally happened. Where's my cup? There you are. No. Why has that been so quiet? That you needed time to recover from the heart. Yeah, definitely. It's exactly what I'm trying to process. I'm not even concentrated in the casting of the mold. I'm just trying to process everything that happened while Dr. Robot took his break. Wonder if Ellie could put servos in these dolls and make them some slight movement. Then Nero can go full Toy Story. I think that would be very fun. I would love to make. I think if that would be the case, we could make a larger one and have more like a Disney animatronic, something like that, Knights of Whenever style. But man, that would take months of work. I don't know how hard would that be mechanically,
but you know, like basically in the art department it would take a long time, definitely. It would be a great project for me to learn how to actually use silicone in an airbrush. I would love to learn that.
Let's talk about the difficulties of bipedal robots.
Yeah, I guess they're pretty hard to make, right? Balance must be a big issue. Yeah, maybe it shouldn't be. I mean, an animatronic usually doesn't stand by itself. They usually have some sort of pedestal or something like that, just so that the body can be stable.
Bum, bum, ba-da-da-dum, bum. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. We're probably close to the end of the playlist. We're listening to the victory music. Is this the second? This is not the second layer I apply, right? Well, no, it is the second layer. It feels like I don't really need more on this side. I see the blobs and I don't see any smudge or little pieces of. I don't see anything that requires extra, which would be nice. Okay, so yeah, I think we're done with the black. Yay! Just gonna need it to rest for a little bit, so it hardens. So let me see. I haven't seen chat in a while. Hope I haven't missed anything there. I get where it's coming from and where. What you're doing looks really cool. Thank you, Desi. It's fun, but it's a little bit slow. But yeah, from here we are pretty close to our final cast. No. I mean, I can't see it too. He doesn't want to be skibbity. What? Oh, you mean the keychain or the pin? What? There was a name. A turtlet, something like that. A turtlet pin. Back again, looks like I missed a fair bit. Just the casting of the next layer of black. I think we're done with the black. So now we can wait a couple of minutes and then start casting the skin. I'm gonna check out the color. I had this one. Okay, let me move this away. Click the legs. Kinda he has seen the first hand now. How hard it is for memes for today. Looks like the legs are being sent into the void, definitely. I mean, what's the earliest still active callback for Neuro right now? Then he shouldn't have even mentioned it, you know? Swarm is going to make your own. Yeah, like if he really didn't want the meme to go out, I think he wouldn't have mentioned. I'm not sure if I'm really on the loop with what you're talking about because I was busy casting, but if you're talking about the toilet pen, I mean, if he really didn't want the meme dead, he wouldn't have said it, right? You don't have the whole back thing. Has him on edge about meme potential. Maybe, yeah, I feel like... Yeah, he's definitely never gonna be doing another cooking stream like that, I believe. There's a drink I made called Wango. Mango juice and guava juice. Okay. Wait, what's the guava? I'm not sure if I know which one is guava. Yeah, I think I know what it is. Yeah, that sounds yummy. Whole black thing. See my edge about meme potential. I'm not sure. Do we still know if he ever replied anything to Cotton? They're gonna do another collab in the future? Okay, so let me check this color. So yeah, Evil and Neuro are pretty freaking pale. But I'm not sure if this is the right pale or if I should add a little bit more color here. If he didn't reveal it, then he would be left with free reign on the whole idea. So the callback would be popping up. Okay, that's an interesting point. But I think the idea of the toilet would be popping up anyways, right? We just got Lunas's video on the Neuro toilet, so yeah, the stock for that meme is going up. Nobody is talking in Twitch chat. Yeah, no, Twitch chat is a neglected child. No, poor Twitch chat. Don't feel neglected. You can still take care of both of you, chat, and the puppet. Skibidi badal. Okay, let me go back to my reference. A turtlet. Twitch streams are only weeks old versus months of YouTube build up, so it kind of makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I guess it does. We've seen a fair share of new people coming up, and the thing is, I feel like our biggest hook for bringing more new people in is, yeah, the video, Evil Neuro's Extravaganza, and yeah, that's pretty much the YouTube only. I cannot upload the video to Twitch, can I? So I guess that's the hook that's pulling people, and yeah, I guess that's why a lot of people it's more in YouTube rather than on Twitch. Look for an emergency boost to the time. Where did the time thing come from? This Ender collab? What does that mean? A kill drop. Yeah, I know. I want to make that sort of stuff, but I still haven't learned how to. I need to start working on that sort of stuff. I would like to have some sound alerts. I would love to have text to speech, because sometimes I'm not sure if someone would like to ask something and I'm just not looking at the screen because I'm working. So I think text to speech would be very useful. I'm not sure if it should be done for an exchange for bits or for, I don't know how it usually works, honestly. Channel points, whatever. That makes sense. You stream on Twitch, could you post a channel clip of it? What do you mean? Oh, if I stream the video? Maybe, yeah. But I'm not sure if I feel like the clips don't move a lot by themselves, right? Like you just get a random clip and then you start watching a creator. People get 100 beats for TTS. That makes sense. I think I could roll with that. See Tama coming back? Tama's coming back? What happened to Tama? I mean, I've seen that she hasn't been around, but I'm not sure if she's okay, if she just took a break, long vacation. What happened there? I'm so tired from 8 hours of university today. It's going to be the prettiest little... How it's going with the prettiest little cookie. Well, she's coming along. You can see her over here.
That's the body right now. And I'm preparing the skin color for the prettiest little cookie. Yeah, it's taking a while.
You guys see Tomoko? Oh, jaw surgery. Yeah, now I remember. Yeah, she was gonna have some jaw surgery. Oof, that's rough. Alright, our left life beacons bleh, for now. Our life beckons by us for now, y'all.
Good luck the rest of it. Alright, take care. Self-think.
See you in our next stream.
So tomorrow we're probably gonna be casting the next Neuro.
31k neuros and haven't spent a dime waiting to passively earn enough to highlight my message and wasted by hitting the character limit. And long-winded attempt to...
That sounds exactly like you. I'm not sure what the character limit is.
I see, she's still rod though.
A little bit, but very soon she won't be anymore. These girls are so pale. Yeah, I think this color might be pale enough.
So, how much do we prepare? About 5 grams. Oh, we have an issue here. Can you censor her level? Might be considered. Let me see if I got something around here. Something goofy. Wait, Tom is not going to collab with the twins or Villa. What? Why? Wait, did it? I wonder if I haven't ever seen hers in the first half of season 2. Any plans to make a turtle with an underside shaped to fit Nero's head? Yes, I've had that plan for a while. Not really shaping the head. I just wanted to make a little joint so it would stick in place, but not really. I don't think we need to change the shape of the body. But if it's necessary, we can do it. I'm afraid Tom is not going to collab with twins. Tell me it's not drama. Yeah, unfortunately, seems like her personal stuff. Oh, okay. Oh, that's too bad, I guess. Okay. Well, let's just hope she does better. Or that she's better with all of the surgery stuff and all that stuff. Where do I need? Where do I know? Fine. Uranium. Don't know, someone followed each other somewhere in June and never mentioned each other. Okay. Ah, too bad. I didn't know him. Ba, 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 da, da, dum, ba, dum, bum. Ba-dee-dum. Ba-dee-dee-da-dum. Okay, so another 2 grams. Nah, I should go with a little bit more this time. So we're now applying the big layers. So let me see if I can get a bigger cup and maybe we can make 4 grams at a time, or 5 maybe. That's one for a girl. I know. I hope she's. It's not about the recurring joke, I see. I don't know what the recurring joke is, but hope not. I always thought Vettel could take a joke. I don't even know what you're talking about, so maybe I shouldn't be. I don't know, assuming things, but yeah, I always thought that Vettel could take a joke. Well, I'm not sure if it's a Toma thing. I don't know. I don't know anything at all. I didn't know there was beef there. I swear I had a bigger cup somewhere. Bigger, but not big enough to be the size of those. Guess this ones could do. I got very few of these, so I hope they don't break. The cups I tend to like a lot are the ones like cough syrup cups. Those are very good for mixing small amounts of resin and silicone, that sort of stuff. And I could swear I had one. I saw one maybe yesterday somewhere around here in the workshop, but I don't know where it is. Oh, there it is. It's full with Monopoly figures. Okay. Quiero. Okay, so I think we're done with black. Then we can apply all of the beige over here, the skin color, which is almost the same color as the tape. No. Whoops, not our business. Let's just admire the smartest cookie and throw it out. Sound like that. Mentality. That, yeah. I thought Villa was only streamer friends with her. Rather not risk steering a pot of small channels so awkwardly to wheel the personal vehicle out of this. Okay, yeah, it's fine. Let's move on. Let's make the skin now. And see how stuff goes from there. That's the only opinion I have to comment though. I'm just tired of this topic, TBH. That's fine. Good choice, man. It's being a streamer fan, so what is and isn't proper to consider second nature to me. Yeah, definitely on the same boat there. Well, I mean, I try not to get too much into other people's business. Oh god. Overdid it there. Went a little overboard. Okay, I think we can go with. It's fine. We'll have to rush this one, but I think we can make it work. So it's almost 5 grams. So I'm gonna add 3 drops of catalyzer, hoping for. Oh god. Hoping that even if it's very fast, we can still apply it all over the body. Okay, let's take this guy out. Okay, so I need to be fast here. La, 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 la. The catalyzer does smell a little bit like cough syrup, so I find it funny. It's yeah, I just see it in the little cup syrup and the syrup cup, and it feels like I don't know. I have a cold, so I gotta be fast here. Now the only bad problem about this cup is that the edges can get tricky. Okay. So it's the exact same color. I'm not even sure why I'm applying this now, but whatevs. God. Okay, let's do this part. Be careful here. I don't want to overstep the boundaries of the black silicone. That sounded weird. But yeah, like the edge of the black rubber. I'm trying to keep everything right there on the edge. Still gonna need a lot more material. So programs wasn't enough for this. Probably gonna be needing more. Nathan Webster, you can't miss any shots you fired at Case, huh? Already taking Case on now. I've never seen Queso stream. I just know the meme that, yeah. I think I know him more from the Meat Canyon video rather than from his actual internet personality. Sometimes I get most of my internet knowledge out of Meat Canyon videos. Team doesn't clip some random Sims like game where he cameos Thunder. Somehow Spencer insanely funny and like G for taking it all light apart. Is that her skirt or just preventing flashing? Yeah, it's just flashing prevention. It's not really skirt. I think it'll be like, I don't know, like shorts, like tight shorts. They have a name. I don't know what the name is. The ones you use for sports or something like that, but it's mostly, yeah, just flash prevention measures. Ooh, it's already reacting. Yeah, so this one reacted pretty quickly because I used a lot of catalyzer, but we still need more. Another 4 grams here. There. So I think I'm gonna go for another 4 grams in here. Decency control, he explained it earlier in the video. Yeah, thank God. Yeah, you're welcome, King Turtle. I always try to take proper measures. I don't want the wrong kind of audience in our streams. Oh God. I'm interested in new outfits for twins. How about making a surprise and get a Cyber Princess garb for around December 19th? That would be interesting, but I'm not sure. I haven't seen anything regarding Annie and the twins. So a clip of Gur at this point though, playing a game where he stumped in, ate a shitload of what? Called Boy Short or Boy Stuggers, Boy Hot, Booty Hot. She's 2, so this would be diapers. Turtle, I don't know how to directly tell you how wrong that can possibly be. Wait, what? Sorry, I come from the wrong side of the internet. Don't want to say I live in the swamp. Warning to never set foot in the swamp 4chan. That's where the wrong kind of audience. Another 4 grams. Hopefully this time I can make it. One, two, three. So when I'm down, so when I'm da 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 dum da dum ba dum ba da 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 dum ba dum bum bum. Maybe the problem is that I didn't apply it with a brush and I applied it with a stick. Maybe the brush would be a little bit more gentle and let me spread it out a little bit more. Dum, da, 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 dum. I've had to actually tell my Facebook feed not to show me a few things. Okay. Oh no. I don't even know what Pixiv is. Da 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 dum. You're the nearest when I'm. Okay. So playlists are starting to repeat themselves. So if you want to put something else or want me to put something else in the music, we could try something else. Still need more. Okay, another 4 grams, I guess, for all the little spots that I'm missing, which would be down here, between the legs, and a little bit of the other side. Are you a 6 Jabai skill or shillelagh for has been range on that one? 16 average viewers? Oh wait, you mean Jabai? I don't know. Honest plays she felt innocent, but the last clip I saw of her, she was seriously inquiring about the male fantasy of dying to booty. Death by snoo. Just realized but wasn't really impacted by bots because the streams are 3 hours tops and most people spam. I'm gonna go by. See you, Drizzy. Say Shillelagh about the Jabai scale? Shillelagh? Isn't she like very... Well, I mean... I guess the scale can go pretty far. So has her moments but doesn't mark it on. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Her merch story about that. So as I see her scantily clad in every gamer subs adverts. I think we haven't seen her on the gamer subs stats. Where is my... I used to have tiny scissors somewhere. Big betrayal. Where are my scissors? There you are. Okay, another 4 grams, and that's where I draw my line. Bum bum bum. You don't need a man. You don't need a nine. Da 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 da. See ya. I saw as I see her scantily clad on every gamer subs advert or with the gamer subs. I'm making the flavor. Gamer girl vodka. It's gonna be tonic water, so you can mix it with gin. You're drinking spicy green. But that's more of a meme, right? It's just ugly. Just an old meme from a couple of years ago. What was that? About 5 years ago? Oh wow, I feel old now. Yeah, I know the build open meme. Russian Badgers is called guacamole. Homework, it's about me. Gamer subs flavors, they're usually pretty out there when it comes to names, right? More than half certain Bao is Bowberry. Yeah, Bao's got Bowberry. Wasn't Mari's flavor Fent? Or something like that? Okay. Bakarin. Honestly, more than half certain Bao's over. Neuro needs to get on the uncalled internet flavor. Taste the net. Have it randomly flavored. Nero's RNG. RNG flavor. Yeah, why doesn't there? I mean, I guess if they wanted, they would have pretty much all of that stuff with, yeah, with any sort of brand, right? Like gamers, so that sort of stuff. Are they just not interested in that? a little bit concerned that the shorts still seem to be a little bit fresh. Oh god. This whole side of the leg is completely empty. She looks a little bit lumpy right now. That's all gonna be taken care of in a minute. Okay. Mariana, what made you get into stop motion? What got me into stop motion? And well, I think it just came out of an internship, honestly. So I did like animation, and I liked all of the all different types of animation. When I was beginning the bachelor's, I thought of being. I was thinking of becoming a storyboardist, even though I'm pretty bad at drawing. But I'd seen a couple of storyboards out there, and I felt like, hey, maybe you don't really need to know how to draw very well in order to make storyboards. And yeah, so I just felt like storyboarding was for me. But then one day there was this this sort of master class that some guys gave in my school, and they were working. There were a stop motion studio that was like barely starting to sort of like become popular. So I approached them and I asked them because usually summer vacation in my school was very long and was usually kind of boring because you didn't get a lot to do for a long time. So I thought, hey, why don't maybe say I'll see if I can land an internship there, and from that internship maybe I'll start to, I don't know, just make my way through the industry. And so yeah, I just approached trying to make some contacts there and see if they wanted any help, and they said yes, and it turned out they were very close. It was very easy for me to get into the studio because like logistics wise it was pretty easy, like I don't know how to say it, like on the way to the school kinda, so it was pretty easy for me to start working there. And yeah, so I began working there as an intern on summer and just ended up liking it a lot. I always loved, when I was a child, I always said that I wanted to be a mad scientist when I grew up. And I feel like this sort of stuff, it's very much like being a mad scientist. So yeah, there's not a lot of science into it, but you do get to make a lot of fun little potions and concoctions. And yeah, I fell in love with the process, with the craft, with the materials, with all that stuff. And I began working there as an intern. And I worked there for almost 10 years. Until recently, when they finished the movie that's gonna be coming out when is it coming? 2 weeks from now, I believe. It's coming on the 23rd of October. And yeah, had a lot of fun. I always pretty much fell in love with the craft, and I've liked it a lot. So I don't know, I enjoy, once I got into stop motion, I really fell in love with all the different possibilities and with the amount of experimentation you can do. And yeah, somehow I just got stuck here. And yeah, well, I mean, now I'm very crafty at what I do, so I feel like it would even be a little bit of a waste if I stopped doing this, and I enjoy it a lot. So now the problem is that there's not a lot of stop motion places out there. Okay, so this is gonna be tricky. No, okay, it's fine. Yeah, here's what I was doing. That's why the pieces of clay were there. You can see how they make a very perfect barrier. And yeah, now the silicone will stay in place mostly. So yeah, there might be a couple of flaws here and there. Okay, look at that. A couple of nice clean shapes here. So yeah, that's pretty much how I began, and I just kept working there as an intern for pretty much the rest of my bachelor's, if you can call it a bachelor's, my art degree, let's call it. And yeah, by the time I finished studying, they pretty much picked me up immediately, and that's how I got into the job of an animator. I got into full-time stop motion animation. It was really fun. I learned a lot. I feel like it's very helpful not having to worry about all the other extra stuff and just focusing on animation. But I honestly missed the mess of working with this stuff every day. Okay, so this is concerningly thick, but I don't know, I'll see. And yeah, that's pretty much how I got into this. Just mere coincidence and enjoyment. I feel like if I didn't enjoy it, I would just have made the internship and left it for dead and just gone somewhere else, work on 3D or something like that. I like 3D too, but I love getting my hands dirty, honestly. And I love having something physical to show. Dun, 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 dun. Well, no, actually, there's like a little extra step to the story that I've never told before. I'm not even sure if I've told the story before, but actually, the reason why I ended up doing the internship myself, I was actually asking on behalf of a girl because she wanted to do the internship, but she was too shy to ask the question, so I went and asked just mostly on her behalf because she was like a girl I wanted to date. And then it just turned out that it was much easier for me to do the internship than her because it was closer to where I lived. Because it was very, very close to where I used to live. So in the end, well, I gave her the information like, hey, they told me you could do the internship. Maybe you just need to send an email here and all of that. And she told me, oh no, I can't, it's too far away. And I was like, well, okay, then why don't I try it? So I just tried it and went into a studio and liked it. And yeah, ended up making my whole life around stop motion. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Da-da-dum, 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 ba-da-da-dum-dum. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, 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 no. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Me sueño. Da-da-da-da. Tum, 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 tum. Turururum, tum, 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 turururum. Boom, 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 boom. Está. Da-da-da-da-da-da. This is going to dun 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 dun. So one less layer of this on both sides. And then we can make the big casting finally. They're so long. Very funny story. It's great that it worked out and got you into a field. Yeah. This girl uses so much silicone. I feel like it's been at least 50 grams already. So we used 2 grams for the 4 grams for the shoes. Then about 12 grams for all the black sections. Then about another 12 grams here. Okay, so it's about 25-ish grams for all of this outer shell. Yeah, we're still gonna need a little bit more here. Oh, interesting. I wonder if the live concerts are gonna get us banned. Because this is from... yeah, it's from the concert back in 2021, I believe. Maybe 2022. Okay. Just another 4 grams. La, 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 la. So when I'm okay, that side doesn't matter because we're gonna have a lot of arms going through there. So now we're gonna be needing it's just one more layer on the other side. We can go straight into casting everything else. Later unite. Okay, so now we're listening to the Grand Festival performances. That makes sense. Okay. Almost there. We are almost there. Come on. Okay, that's fine. Okay. You know what? Just for safe measure, we can actually check how much evil weighs. Gilmer, hey, we won again. Wait, what? What did we win? What? What's going on? Did I miss something? Made a minute take. Really? Oh, what? No way. Is there a reaction?
Ah, that's super cool. Thank you very much, Oliver. That's amazing. We got Mini to watch it. Yes. Ah, I love that. When did it happen? Ah, you're amazing, Oliver. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it, or how do I? How long ago did she watch it? Mini commute. So was it recent? How do I watch the VOD of a subathon? How does that work? Look at Discord, post the print in general. Oh, awesome! Let's see. Da, 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 da. Hell yeah! Ah, now I need to look the. What was good but not as good as the real thing? Because we see it. Oh no, what is. Listening clap. I've listened to a lot of her covers. Awesome. Cool. I need to watch the clip now, but I guess yeah. How do you watch? How do you watch the VOD of a subathon? It's gonna be divided at some point. Or well, tell us. What did you say? What did you think about? Yeah, I just saw the image, but you were there, I guess. So tell us what did she? What did you say? What did she say about it? I mean, I'm guessing she liked it, but I don't know. I want details. I want the nitty-gritty. The suspense. I'm not so present here because I'm studying and stuff. Blender. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, I'm just curious what happened. I really want to know. Yeah, okay, we'll get to see the VOD, I guess. Yesterday was in Mini's chat when you did show up there. In Mini's chat, I think we rated at the end of the stream, right? But it was very quick, and I needed to check some stuff with Faye, so I didn't really stay to see what happened on the raid. I'm still struggling a lot with following up the raids now that we're raiding both YouTube and Twitch. I'm studying her model to make my first 3D model. Oh, awesome! You got Mini's 3D model?
Or you're just studying her model sheet or something like that. Need 6 grams. Oh dear God. Oh. Get on. I'm gonna make with high quality to make cool animation. Awesome. Best of luck with that. Let me know how it turns out. What is music playing? It's Splatoon. This is. It sounds like. Yeah, it's Ebb and Flow from the Grand Festival, I believe. No, sounds like the live music. Yes, pretty much Splatoon music. So we've been having a little personal battle with what music to listen to because I don't want to get blasted by YouTube's copyright claims and all that stuff. And it seems like video game music tends to sometimes make it through. We've had a couple of exceptions. A very painful exception was Jet Set Radio. So it seems like we cannot play Jet Set Radio. There's a couple of songs only that we cannot play, but the thing is, if you just pull the playlist, you will eventually run into one. And I don't have enough processing power to actually know which ones. Really? Nintendo music? I've never had problems with this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. That they would be most likely to copyright. We haven't had a problem yet. I've used this one for at least, well, not this full playlists, but I've used a lot of Splatoon music for at least another 5 streams, and we've never had issues with that. I don't know, we'll see. Today is my fuck around and find out stream. So actually, I began the day by playing Guilty Gear music, which I really hope I don't get into trouble with because I love that that OST. And yeah, well, I just put Splatoon music right after Guilty Gear. Funny matiri. But yeah, we'll see if we do get copyrighted or not. Copyright struck. Previously we used to have Swarm FM all the time, but now that the channel's monetized, if I put Swarm FM, they are gonna blast me. So yeah, I miss Swarm FM a lot. So something very important when you're doing this sort of jobs with a mold is that you always turn it around a couple of times, because sometimes it might look like it's perfectly covered all around from the angle where you're casting it or where you're applying the silicone, but then you turn it around and it's just horrible. It's the most terrible abomination you've ever seen, and that happens a lot. So I usually try to twist it around a couple of times before closing the whole thing. Nothing. Skardin genialin. We're still gonna need a little bit more. I'll read your comment in a bit, Jolliver. I'm trying to apply what's left of the silicone. Da-dum, da-da-dum, da-da-dum, ta-da-dum, da-da-dum. So when more material. Okay, so
So let's cast another 2 grams here. Yeah, I'll do 4 for good measure. I don't even do the exact thing I told you to do, which is turn it around. I mean, it looks fine. But yeah, maybe another 2 grams will do.
I'm gonna try to make some changes to the official model. I'm gonna use the official one just as a reference. For example, the ears, I want to turn a little bit north of her character because the ears are pointing to the sides. I'm gonna try to make this 3D model as if she reached the young adult phase. The problema is I don't want to make her sexualized. This is too easy. I want to make her as a normal being. And it's gonna be hard for me to make correct proportions and stuff. Yeah, proportions and bodily like rates and sort of anatomy is very tricky when you start doing 3D modeling. Something I never actually got to really, how to say, master. Never got very far when it came to 3D modeling. Dun, dun. Okay, this is the last layer of silicone before the final cast. Watch it from the sky. Time. It's one new time, new return. So.
All right, TNT dagger. See you in a bit. Okay. So everything's set. I just feel like it needs a little bit of time so that all the edges that I just cast can harden at least a little bit. And about these days I'm dead because I'm studying theory and practical stuff about 3 modeling characters. Want to try to make some tests with her eyes, especially. Ooh, that's gonna be very interesting because Minnie's pupils do move a lot. They shrink a lot whenever she gets startled or angry or that sort of stuff. Yeah, I've noticed that a lot whenever I see her, that her pupils go very tiny a lot of the time. Just made a mess with the toothpicks here. Okay, so we got this. Need to cast that one. Let me see how much the all of Evil's meat steaks weighed. You made a guess on. Where's my skill? There you are. This is about complete. Judy made a chaos on. $131. So let's go with 150 and hope for the best. It's a thing that I'm gonna test. Do not want to make her menacing because of the pupils. Yeah. But are you gonna rig them? Are you gonna rig them so you can animate them and actually have them shrink and enlarge? Or is it just the model? Like in a specific pose, like sculpture. Yep. Oof, that's gonna be... The rigging in itself is gonna be pretty interesting. So let's cast. How much of this is we prepare? Prepare. Don't know English. Oh, it's 3 poisons then. We're gonna have to make more skin for Neuro, which is gonna be a problem because we might run out of the color. We're definitely gonna need more of this, but we got plenty of the spare color, so it's fine. Okay. So what now? Need to wait a little bit. I'm gonna cast this. I'll prepare more. Okay. So now it's time for the final challenge, which is going to be the casting of the whole body. Can I have an idea of film guide time line on how to show off these features that I'm studying, and then I'll tell you. All right, sounds fun. Okay, so I want to take a very quick little bathroom break, and I'll come back and yeah, hopefully in a couple of minutes. What time is it? So I think at 10 o'clock. No, we'll have to wait a little bit, but at 10 o'clock we can cast the final part of the, the final cast of the mold itself. But for now, I'm gonna go take a very quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. screen. Oh, I'm back. So I'm not sure if Jelliver's already gone, but if you are still around, yeah, take care. Rest well. I'll see you later on. So, in the meantime, prepare more silicone where that's fine. Could make more. So, okay, let's wait just 15 minutes to make sure everything's in place. So we cast this thing, close the mold. Oh, I need something to close, to keep it closed with. I don't remember what I used last time. What can I use to keep it closed? Some sort of rubber band? Some sort of... I do have plenty of rubber bands, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be strong enough. We need to use like a million. Guess that's gonna be the option. Now where did I put those rubber bands? There they are. Okay, so I'm gonna just end up using a million of this. Okay, I think it's strong enough. But yeah, we're gonna be using plenty. Okay, so 150 grams of silicone onto the mold. Let's get everything ready. The mold closed all right a little before. Okay, 10 minutes more. I hate waiting, it's the worst part. But it's important. Okay, so I got that. 150 grams
out of evil. We're gonna need another 150 and a little bit more, 160 or something, out of neuro. Then tomorrow we make the other one. I think I need to prepare more black, more skin, more. I need more black and more skin. The shoes we're gonna make on the fly. Shoes were the easiest part of all of this. Get rid of that. Tomorrow we're gonna make the other body. What do you know? Da 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 da. Still need to print a couple of stuff, which I can leave overnight. And I need to get in contact with the costumes department. Because once we have this, and tomorrow that we have the other one, we'll be ready to ship it over there. Da-da-dum. Da-dum. Da-da-da-da-da-dum. Dum-ba-dum, ba-da-da-ba-ba-ba-da-dum. Dum-da-da-dum. Bum-bum-da-dum-ba-dum. Just a little more. So we cast this, then we make it tomorrow. Make the shoes, make the body. It will be much faster tomorrow because today we spent a long time preparing stuff. For tomorrow we already got stuff prepared, I believe. The body's fine, it's got its bolts. Just need to apply the material.
Okay, so we cast this. Hopefully everything works out. Tomorrow we can move on to the next one. Come on. Oh. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-dum-dum-dum-dum. Okay, so everything's set. We're going with the final cast, which is very scary. So I got rubber bands, I got my silicone here, I got gloves. I'm missing one glove. There it is. I'm making 150 grams of this thing, and we'll be good to go. Drum roll indeed. Na, na, na. Huh? Okay. That's fine. Wait a second. Something's not quite right here. Okay. It seems like one of the black layers hasn't really reacted yet. Oh. Okay. Let's see. Why is she so tall? Okay. So, something seems off with the black. I'm trying to see if it's universal or mostly that layer over there. That's not good. We casted this a long time ago. Why hasn't it reacted yet? It is reacting, it's just maybe slow. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be that sort of figure. Okay, so we might be at risk with a little bit of slow silicone here on the legs. I mean, it's definitely not completely raw, it would have fully dripped by now. But yeah, it seems like it's going very slow. Hopefully by tomorrow it'll be done. Also, it's part of the inner, like the furthest, the deepest layers. Okay, that's an interesting catch. Okay, so there's gonna be a big calf. It's gonna be 60 drops of catalyzer. Just a lot. And I'm gonna need something proper to stir that up. Alright. So let's put this. Put my apron back on, just in case. Okay. Zoom up so you can see the whole thing over there. All day reduced to this. Okay. Okay. Make sure everything blends properly. I want to mix it outside of frame just so I can do it faster. Wow. I don't know what the wow is. Gigahertz. But yeah, we're casting a big one now. It all comes to this. Oh god. No, I just got back so busy with oral stuffs. Alright. Good to see you back, Gigahertz. Okay, here goes nothing. So I'm gonna leave a little splash of silicone over here to be our failsafe. Okay, here we go. Did you give them enough calcium not to break? Hopefully. I really hope they do have enough calcium. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
plenty of silicone. The tricky part here is the feet because the silicone slides down slowly, so you need to hurry up a lot. Okay. Oh God. Okay, that's the live concert of 2018, I believe. With the opening by KK Slider. Okay, so now it's mostly time for prayers, so let's hope for the best. Pray evil is good, which sounds kinda contradicting, but it's fine. Da beep wah bo bo. Just trying to make sure I use the very last bit of silicone here. So right now I'm gonna close the mold and probably already have too much material in the mold, so it's gonna spill everywhere and make a huge mess, but that's good. That means you are safe with your casting. Maybe I should have put some sort of... Well, I mean, I have the paper right below, but maybe I should have taken an extra measure just to be more careful to keep everything a little bit cleaner. But yeah, that's how it is. And silicone's pretty easy to clean either way. Okay. Beep wah popo. Mina beep wah popo. Okay, everyone ready? It's a moment of truth. Cheeky breaky, 3, 2, 1. Oh God. Close. Okay, so I got it closed down. And make sure everything's properly closed. You can see a lot of material spilling all around, which is okay. But I did everything considering to have like an excess inside, but I still need to make sure. Oh god. Okay, so I'm gonna start putting on some rubber bands here. A bunch of them. I need some force in this thing. Because whenever I put it up, I might be just throwing valuable silicone. It's broken. I should have something stronger, but I don't. Yeah, have you ever seen when you put 1,000,000 rubber bands in a watermelon and it breaks? So we're trying to do the same here, but without breaking it. This is solid stone, so I don't think it's gonna break anytime soon. Can't see comments right now, but I'll see them once I finish. Can I do a double? I'm not sure now, it feels like too tight. Maybe. Okay. Everything's so oily. Ugh. I need to buy some stronger bands for this stuff. Usually use like bongo ties for that sort of stuff, but I don't have any. I don't even remember how I did this the first time with Eagle. So it seems like a mess. There's a little bit of silicone everywhere, but hopefully everything's on track. I'm trying to send all of the excess silicone straight into our Dragon Frame controller mold. That way I can clearly see how much silicone we lost. So allegedly, if the numbers are exactly the same as how they were with Evil, which they shouldn't, so being sort of conservative with the numbers, we have 30 grams of silicone to spare, which is probably much more than what we have right now on the mold, on the Dragon Frame mold. And yeah, like everything else should be. And the material's going all the way to the top too. This skeleton was much thicker. So this is like the worst part of the whole craft, because it's just an act of fate. I just close this thing. It could be an absolute mess, like something terrible could have happened inside of the mold, but I'll never have a way of knowing until I open the mold, and I cannot open it right now, because if I open it right now, I'm just gonna screw everything. So I'm just gonna have to leave it like this and pray to whichever your favorite entity is, and yeah, like hope for the best tomorrow morning. So this is the scariest part of my job, and sort of the part that I hate the most, because it's just like, okay, everything is a mess, there's silicone everywhere, anything could have happened, and who knows what happened, honestly. I cannot see what's going on inside of the mold, but that's why I take so many measures with covering all around the mold, so if there's any weird bubble inside, it's gonna stay inside of the thing itself. Waiting for a mold set is like the ultimate gacha pool experience. Yes, you are right. It's like worse than $1,000 in gacha. What time is it for you? Because I can't imagine being an evil silenced at 1 a.m. No, it's about 10:30. But I could definitely be an evil scientist at 1 a.m. I've been an evil scientist at 1 a.m. Just not today. Oh, wow. Oh god. So there are a couple of rubber bands that are mildly smaller, and that ones, whenever I try to twist them, they never make it all the way down. So this is how you make a mess out of a mold. I've seen cleaner ways to do this, but if you thought this was complicated, those are a little bit more complicated even. Hopefully one day we'll get to that point. I would love to make less messy molds, but right now this is, to me, the fastest and most approachable process. And yeah, I mean, it's what I've worked with for a while. An act of faith. There are a couple of very, very cool molds where you can inject the silicone with the syringe, and it's very cool and all that stuff. But I haven't ever tried that process, and most definitely have never. I don't really fully understand how it works. So this mold itself, honestly, it's pretty crude. But it's the same mold we've been working on since Evil's birthday, like at the beginning of this year.
So hopefully in the future we can actually make some improvements in order to have this a little bit stronger, better, all that stuff. But for now we need to work with what we've got, because making another body mold, that would take months. I'm not even kidding there. It would be, because we would have to start from scratch. We would have to print her body all over again. And I wish to eventually get to that point, but we definitely haven't reached that point yet, where we can make a new mold just for the lulz. So even though I love what we do, if we want to keep making stuff, I need to be very strategic with how we spend our time. And that's, yeah, kind of the hardest part of the job, honestly. Because making this stuff takes so much time, work, so much materials. Yeah, it's sort of a ritual in itself. But yeah, so I think there's nothing else to do today rather than pray. So here's the Dragon Frame controller mold. You can see that there's not a lot of material there. I did clean a lot with the napkins, with the paper towels, but I don't think it's enough to be something that could be detrimental to the inside of the mold, but it's a little bit hard to know. Just like that. So I'm gonna add this little extra. So now tomorrow, the important part, there are a couple of things that could have gone wrong. There are many things that could have gone wrong. So one thing that could have gone wrong is when I closed the mold, something went wrong, half of the material escaped the mold, and now it's half hollow on the inside, which is what happened with Evil on our last cast. But I mean, if that happened and we could still make the animation, I think we are sort of safe there. I would really love this puppet to be much better than the past Evil, but if it's the same as the previous Evil, at least it's good enough to animate, so there we are safe. Now the other one, which would be an absolutely catastrophic problem, would be something reacting with the silicone and not allowing it to cure. So if the silicone doesn't cure, that means whatever's in here is just a big pile of goop that's gonna stay goop forever. So I'm gonna have to do the walk of shame of stop motion animation and open the goopy mold and take everything out and try somehow to wash without using actually water, because you can't use water, but I hand wash with paper towels every single piece on the inside. And yeah, it's not gonna be a fun experience, definitely not. So that's the most catastrophic scenario. I don't think that's the case, because I can even feel how the silicone up here on top is already starting to harden a little bit. So hopefully we're safe from that bad ending. But that's another one of those things that could happen. Another thing that could happen, okay, that's a little bit far-fetched. Well, it couldn't happen with other types of molds. With this one, I think we're safe. But there's a non-zero chance that all of the rubber bands snap throughout the night for some reason, and then the mold just opens by itself and throws goop everywhere. That's very catastrophic. I've had that happen to me before. I think my very first mold that I ever did for a full-on character like this, actually that's something like that happened to me, and I had to start over from scratch. But yeah, I find it very hard for that to happen with this design of mold. Back then I had a mold that was made out of, like, the walls were the ones that collapsed. Like if this one of these walls of the Dragon Frame controller just gave up and just like splurged out. Something like that has happened to me before, but that's like another catastrophic event that could happen. There's like an endless possibilities of horrible things that can happen right now, and hopefully none of them will happen. I just hope, I'm not sure, and I want to sort of take notes and try to think, like, if this, whenever I open the mold, the shape of the body is not perfect, would love to sort of try and brainstorm, like, what am I missing? How could I actually make this cast work perfectly and have a perfect register on the inside? But I still don't even know if that's the case or not. But yeah, so that's the plan for today. We are approaching our 11-hour marks. Wouldn't fastener or two work better than to hold it together? I know what you mean with a fastener. I've thought about zip ties, but I don't have any zip ties here. Right now I work with what I got, but yeah, I've seen... I used to use like rubber... No, not rubber bands. It's like thicker springs, like the ones you use in clothing, and just wrap it around, all around the thing. That was one of the things we used before. A clamp, yes, a clamp could be very good. The thing is, it's very, very, very risky. Because this mold is made out of stone. It's like plaster, it's a super hard plaster. But because it's hard and it's rock-like, it's also sort of brittle. So if you put a clamp and you do not measure your force, your strength properly, and you go a little bit too far with the clamp, like just half a twist of the clamp could be enough force to crack, to make a big crack through the mold, and that could even make the complete mold unusable. So yeah, I was thinking of clamps. I do have a couple of clamps over here, but using a clamp is very risky, and also this mold, because I've already used it a couple of times, it already got a crack in the middle. It's not fully broken yet, but there is a crack, and that crack is a big liability. So that's why I don't want to go full on with super strong drastic measures. If the mold was a little bit more stable, if I had made the mold maybe a little more with a perfect shape, like square, instead of being like this sort of weird burrito shape, then maybe the clamp would work because the force can be distributed. But the problem with how it is right now is that if I put a clamp, it will apply force exactly in one point because of the very organic shape. And that's a very easy way to get this stuff to crack and break into millions of pieces. But it is a good idea, pursue me. Flat top and bottom. Yes, I'm aiming to do that sort of molds in the future. And there's a couple of extra changes I would like to apply to our workflow when it comes to molds, but I haven't made it to that point yet. For now, we're working with Evil and Neuro's molds, and yeah, this is what we've got. And I'm not gonna make a new one just for Evil and Neuro because we already have one. But yeah, I've thought about making different molds in the future, using harder materials, using like those perfect shapes, using the 3D printer to actually make a perfect outline of the character. That way I waste the least amount of material possible. And yeah, flat top and bottom, that would also be very useful. Yeah, there's a lot of improvements I'm going for when it comes to mold casting. But because we don't need to make any new molds right now, except for the face, but the face molds are much simpler than this. Yeah, that's why I don't wanna spend too much time making everything else, you know? But yeah, so that's that's I guess it for today. So is there anything else you want to say or do or talk about? Because I think we're approaching our limits with YouTube. I always like to keep my streams archived, and I think after a certain limit, that's very informative. Thanks. Wonder if using something like a thin piece of wood, like a sheet between the clamp, I think that could maybe work. Maybe even a sheet of wood with some sort of padding, so I could have some sort of a cushion between but I haven't really tried it yet. Oh, we got a gifted. Whoa, 5 gifted from Robot. Oh, wow. Thank you very much, Robot. That's very kind of you. Wow. Okay, that's okay. So you just did that at the very end of stream when I don't know even what's going on. Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Robot. That's super cool. Wow, that's our first gifted subs in YouTube. So thank you very much, Robot. That's amazing. Is there a message with this? No. Just trying to see because I'm not sure if messages will make it through or something. Michael. All right. Okay. Awesome. Well. So, okay, then what should we do now? I think we should still hurry a little bit. I don't know. Dolphin, do you know how much time is it before the video gets on archive? Because we're at 11:36. So I think we might have to rush anyway. I'm very sorry, Robot. I would love to hang out a little bit more, but thank you very much for your subscriptions. We might need to call it quits very quickly, at least on YouTube, because if not, they're not gonna archive the video. So, all right, I guess we'll leave it at that then. Thank you very much again, Robot. That was very unexpected and very sudden. 12-hour mark. Oh, okay, so then we're kind of safe. We still got it, like 20 minutes more. Thank you for the stream. Oh no, thank you for standing by and yeah, like being around, sticking around for so long. This was a very, very long, very tedious stream. Like I'm very impressed that you managed to stay through because I feel like it was not the most engaging thing ever, but it's just how it is, you know. I wanted to show you the whole process, and there it is. Now you know how to make a puppet in 8 hours, 11 hours. Pursue Me, very glad I got to catch the stream before it ended. Yeah, awesome. Thank you for joining, Pursue Me. We'll be here tomorrow. I'm gonna make another body. It's gonna be, this one's evil, the next one's gonna be Neuro, and yeah, that's pretty much what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow here. But yeah, so okay, then thanks, Errol. Let's see, who could we raid today? We got I think there's only, from my contacts, well, my subscriptions, there's only Cleo, who probably is about to finish stream very soon. Shinma tends to start her streams right when I'm ending, but I'm not sure if she's gonna stream today. Yeah, because Cleo's already been streaming for a while, for 2 hours, so I'm not sure if she's also closing shop, but I want to set her, I guess. I was in and out, enjoy seeing the progress. Yeah, I know you've been in and out every now and then. I always consider you being around, even if you are busy with a bunch of stuff. But thank you very much for everything. So, okay, YouTube's going with Cleo, and Twitch. Should we go to meet with Minnie and ask her if she liked the animation or something like that, or is that too? We have one viewer in Twitch, so maybe no raid today. Minnie is sleeping. Okay, so Minnie is sleeping then. I don't know who's online. Pipa, Coco, Minnie's sleeping. Henya. Why not Henya? I like Henya. So let's do Kenya then. Alright, so thanks everyone. Then let me wanna go straight into the end the curtain. Thank you everyone. It's been a very fun stream. Let's hope for the best tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be very interesting. She got her subathon running, but she's sleeping at the moment. Minnie or Henya too? Because Henya's in Japan, right? Yeah, Minnie's got the subathon. I get it. but Kenya is online, right? She's worked on Japanese time. Oh, Mini, yeah. Okay, let's see if Kenya. Okay. All right, so yeah, Kenya should be up. Okay, then Henya it is. All right, so take care, everyone. Thanks for stopping by. Tomorrow it's gonna be a very interesting moment. I think I'm gonna start stream a little bit later, just so that Silicone can rest a little bit longer. Thinking like 1 hour later than usual. And yeah, let's open the mold and see how it goes. It's gonna be a very stressful opening, for me at least. Alright, so take care. I'm gonna go straight into the end curtain. Thank you everyone for stopping by. Thank you to our patrons. Thank you Robot for your kind donation today. And yeah, thanks everyone for stopping by. I hope you had fun. And yeah, if you ever want to make this sort of stuff, you know you can always ask me whatever you'd like, and I'm gladly tell you everything about how we do stuff here, or how to make your own fun stuff. Anyway, take care everyone. I'll see you tomorrow if you manage to pop by. See ya!